Good afternoon. We'll try that again. Many of you have been here longer than I have this morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay. Well, glad to see everybody here. And committee members, I know some are still directionally challenged. I think Miss Penny is trying to find her way here. I know if I'd listened to my GPS this morning, I'd have been somewhere else other than here. But anyway, I'm glad to see you all here, and we're going to have a full afternoon today and a full morning tomorrow. And I hope that as we walk away from here that we feel like we've learned as much and are as enlightened as what we were when we left Tifton just a few weeks ago. As all of you understand, is one of the biggest things that we've got to do on the first part or front end of these meetings is to understand the issues. And as we go further into the process over the next several months, we'll be then looking for the solutions or possible solutions to the issues that rural Georgia faces. Jay and I have actually kind of feel like we have been doing a book tour for a book we haven't written yet, as we've had several folks ask us to come make presentations about what this council is doing, and it's been a lot of fun to go out, and it's been amazing to me to hear the number of individuals, number of organizations and groups that are wanting to help us in finding the solutions that we're looking for. I saw our pro tem come in. Ms. Jan, come on up to the table if you want to, and I think we've got another member or two that are visiting with us. If you're members of the General Assembly and you're sitting in the audience, feel free to come on up to the table. We've got spare chairs around, so if you're in the audience with us and a member of the General Assembly, we'd ask that you come on up and sit with us. Act like you know us. Ain't necessarily got to act like you like us, but just act like you know us. But good to see everybody here today. And as you get ready, our presenters, as you get ready to make a presentation, Brent has already got your presentations loaded, so the computer screen up there at the podium has those loaded. All you got to do, I guess, is click and it'll come up and get started. If we run into technical difficulties, Brent is right there, so he can help us with that. But thank you all again for being with us. And Mr. Co-Chair, I know you have a few things you'd probably like to say.
We had a lot of good responses from our first meeting in Tifton, and I think doing an issue-oriented presentation is going to be beneficial for the committee and beneficial for those who are watching these proceedings. There have been a lot of questions that have been asked about, since we're having about 8 more meetings before the end of the year, what are the topics for those meetings? We've been a little reluctant to post those or make those decisions up until we got a question from the speaker last week, and he said, what are the topics for the next meetings? So I assure you they will be posted next week online. As Terry mentioned, the presentations of the presenters have already been loaded, but they have not only been loaded in this system here, but they've been loaded on the web page for the committee. So if you want to reflect back, refer back, I know at the last meeting we had some very, very detailed information, and sometimes the committee members wanted to look back as the program went on and say, gosh, what was that he said about the demographics in a certain section of Georgia? And those are located on the web page, so you don't have to follow along with the presenter. You can go back and refer to some other stuff if you go on the web page. So for that reason, I want you to know that if you got your laptop or an iPad, that you can do that. We are happy to have everybody with us. Terry made the statement early on, and I just want to be glad that the South Georgia contingent paid attention. He said, you know, we had a good contingent from North Georgia that appeared at the South Georgia meeting. He said, I hope your South Georgia cohort show up for the North Georgia meeting. So you did good, guys. So with that, we're going to start off with a welcome from some local officials. And And I would like to welcome, I think we are hearing from Mayor Jeanette Jameson and Dean Scarborough from the County Commission and Julie Payson from the Chamber of Commerce. So if y'all will follow each other in order, and thank y'all for being here and allowing us to visit in your community.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Chairman, welcome to Toccoa. I'd like to open my remarks by apologizing to my friend, Representative Penny Houston. I gave her directions as to how to get here. Obviously, drawing maps is not my forte. But let me welcome all of you. We're delighted to have you in our community today. We always enjoy an opportunity to show off Toccoa and Stevens County. I would like to recognize, of course, both the chairman and the members of the House of Representatives that are here. Having served in the House for some 24 years, I appreciate what you do. I appreciate your dedication. And let me welcome all of the rest of you to Toccoa. You know, our community for many years was like so many other small communities in the state of Georgia. We could not buy a job. We could not buy an industry. And believe me, we tried. But during that same time, when we were going through what so many other small communities were going through, and some still are, we did not wait for somebody to knock on our door and say, would you like to have an industry located here? We continued to develop our community. We continued to develop our availability of an industrial park, which you are in today. We continued to develop our water resources, which is so critical to so many industries. We look to the cosmetics of our community, which, as so often as you know, you don't just sell that executive, you have to sell the stock. So we thought about those things that were attractive to families as well as to executives and administrators. So during all that time, when we were going through what so many communities are going through, and were going through at that time, we continued to develop what we call the package. And if you've known me before, you know that one of my sayings is, if you can't package it, you can't sell it. So I think I made that remark, though, in the middle of a political campaign. But on the other hand, I think it applies to communities. We now have jobs. We have jobs, and we need labor. While we've put together what we consider one of the finest packages available in this state as a community and an industrial attraction, we have new industry here. We have others waiting in the wings. But do we still have challenges? Absolutely we do. We have a housing challenge that is unknown to us throughout the years. We've never had that problem, but we have it now. We have a trainable labor force shortage here. I was talking to my friend Terry Coleman one day, and he said, well, we've got people. I said, we've got jobs, send them on up here. But as you travel around this state, you're going to see many, many Georgians. But I think you're going to enjoy your stay here. I think you're going to recognize the effort that this community has put in the development itself, to making itself attractive. We waited our turn. Now we have 2 4-lane traffic arteries coming in and out of Toccoa. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this area, but if you are at all, you will remember that Interstate 85 was supposed to go through Stevens County along the same route as Highway 123. However, the governor at that time was from Franklin County. And he did the same thing I would have done. He ran that interstate right through the heart of his county, and I understand it now better than I did then. But we have the complete package here, but like every community, we still have our challenges. So we look forward to you hearing them today. We look forward to your response and your report at the end of the year. I will see some of you at dinner tonight in one of the loveliest locations in all of North Georgia. And I would hope that you enjoy your meeting here on the Currahee campus of North Georgia Tech. And as an indication of how strong this community is when it's time to step up to the bar, at the time that we were requesting this facility, The House budget had 8 technical colleges listed. I went down to talk to Governor Barnes, and he told me they were only going to build 3, and mine was not one of them. So I came back to this community, and this community, as it always does, stepped up and offered $250,000 of real estate to the state of Georgia if they would move our botanical college up to one of the top 3. We did, and they did. And you're enjoying now the effort that this community made, that extra effort that they made when it came time to say, we're serious and let us show you how much we're serious. Thank you again for being here, both you chairman, all of you members, and our guests. And enjoy yourself, and if there's anything you need, please let us know. And I won't preface that by saying as long as it's legal, if there's anything that you need. Thank you for being here.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate you being here. I'm going to leave my notebook closed here because Mayor Jameson just pretty well took some of the same comments that I have, which are right on, they're spot on, and we're glad to have you gentlemen from South Georgia. We want to show that we do not have the market cornered on warm weather. It's going to be a hot scorcher here today. But welcome to each and every one of you for being here. I know the speaker's not here right now, but I want to thank him for appointing you to this council to look into issues of rural Georgia. You know, you guys and ladies have heard for years, I'm sure, that there are 2 Georgias. I do not believe there are 2 Georgias. I believe we're all one, because I believe everything that helps the municipalities in Georgia, the larger municipalities, metro areas, also help the small communities. So we just have to get our foot in the door for some of these and leave our foot there a little bit longer than metro areas. But Toccoa Stevens County, I'm a county commissioner from Stevens County, and we're a beautiful county. We have so many attributes here that nature provides for us, and we try to take advantage of each and every one of them. And we just hope that these 2 days you'll see some of the things that maybe you'll come back for. And I want to thank all the other folks for being here, and welcome you too on both ends here. We want to show you, hopefully, these next 2 days that economic development may be a little harder in rural areas, but it's not an impossibility if you put the right team in place. And so we feel we've got the right team in place. We look forward to y'all coming back and helping us tell you what the solutions are when you get a little further in your process. Just kidding, of course, but thank you for being here, and if we can do anything while you're here, please let us know.
Good afternoon, Chairman England, Chairman Powell, thank you all so much for being here. I'm Julie Payson, and I'm on behalf of the Toccoa Stevens County Chamber of Commerce and our Board of Directors and our 450 loyal and dedicated members. I want to welcome you all to Toccoa Stevens County today. I had about 126 photographs of this community put together, but I ran into a technical snag, and unfortunately I can't share those with you today, but you're going to have to take my word for it. There's a reason that the Cherokee meaning of the word beautiful is Toccoa. And I'm sure you've seen a little bit already, but we are so blessed to be able to live in a community like Toccoa Stevens County. And so thank you for choosing our community to host this meeting. And we appreciate you hearing what some of our challenges are and some of the awesome things that are going on here. Thank you for your time. When I took this opportunity about 2.5 years ago, I quickly found out that by talking to our members, that this was going to be a twofold opportunity for us at the Chamber. First of all, obviously, the networking of small businesses and industries and how we can dovetail and work together, how we can offer training and promotion of these businesses. But I quickly heard from our members that, well, in addition to that, because that's obvious when you're talking about Chamber of Commerce, what are you going to do to bring more people into our community? Because that's also of very much importance to our businesses. And so we had to look at that and what our opportunities are. And yesterday I had the privilege of being with Chris Clark at the Georgia 2030 meeting in Gainesville and heard his presentation. And to be completely honest with you, the projections for our county don't look that great. Based on history, obviously, and statistics. And so what we're faced with is the opportunity to change those projections. And what can we do that at the next meeting that we have forecasting that people notice, well, good grief, this is what it looked like was going to happen, but what happened in Stevens County? And those are the challenges that we're facing. And one thing that I quickly found out when I joined the chamber team is that we are very blessed to have leadership in this community that is like-minded and works well together. And over the years, I found out that that's not always the case in every community. And so that makes it all the more valuable that we have city and county officials, development authority, Main Street, chamber, all working together, recognizing that it's just not one entity, but it's all of us together that's going to get us to the next level and get us to the place where we're wanting to be. And so the number one challenge I was asked to share, what am I hearing from our businesses? Obviously, as we have heard mentioned by the mayor, workforce. Where are people that will fill these jobs? Because jobs is not the challenge. We have a multitude of jobs available that are good paying jobs, but no one to fill those jobs that are willing to work on a daily basis. And apparently, according to the Department of Labor, that's not uncommon, unfortunately. And so what can we do to change that in our community? And what we're wanting to do, in addition to what's already being done, is to focus on workforce development. We already have great relationships with some of our industries here and manufacturers that partner with our high school. The technical college has been great as well to partner with our high school. What can we do to better prepare our students right here in Stevens County to not make a break for it after they graduate, but if they go off to a four-year college, that they want to come back and invest in our community? Or if that's not the plan that they have, what can we do here to train them and employ them and keep them in our community? And so we're looking together at opportunities of how we can do that. You'll be hearing from two of our business leaders tomorrow, Doug Hitchen with ASI and Leon Osborne with Osborne Wood Products, who are already so ingrained in working with our school system and our students with internships and partnering with them. We're looking at opportunities of how we can change the mindset of not just the students, because I think when you grow up in a small town, I grew up in Atlanta, so there was always plenty to do in the community that I was in, but when you grow up in a small town, and I've got plenty of children and I've heard this, there's nothing to do here. But when you grow up and you recognize that there is a lot to be said about the quaintness of a small town, and it's okay if there's something that's not here, we can work on trying to get it here, or maybe it's just okay to drive, but there is it's such a gift to be able to live in a community like this. And I say that word intentionally because I think that is one thing that makes us, makes it special here is the sense of community. It is a small town feel. And people know each other and there are relationships, and that really comes into play when you're doing business together and working together as a team. And so what are some of the areas that we're focusing on? Changing the mindset of our students of what opportunities exist. Manufacturing is a whole different ballgame than it used to be when we were coming up and when our parents were coming up. There's a lot of money to be made in manufacturing. The teachers, administration, parents need to hear about these opportunities. And we feel at the Chamber that we have a big role in taking that on and helping to educate our community about what is available here. Soft skills is another area that we want to focus on through our leadership program, through Junior Achievement, Skills USA. The Leader in Me, Stephen Covey material we have looked at. It is a financial mountain to climb, but certainly not something that's out of reach to start early with our children, to teach them leadership skills. That's how we grow it. It's just like a feeder team with with baseball. I'm a baseball mom. So you start them this age, they're playing together all these years, and by the time they get to high school, they know how it goes, and they know how to play together and make it happen. And so that's what we're looking at. How do we integrate this into our school system earlier than we even are currently? We want our kids and their peers to be the leaders of Stevens County in the future, and so that is our goal at the Chamber. The other part to our challenge and opportunity at the Chamber is tourism. We have been very intentional about spotlighting all the natural resources that we have here. Of course, there's Currahee Military Museum, which is phenomenal. We have Currahee Mountain, we have Tugelo River, we have all kinds of hiking trails, the lake. There's so much for the outdoor enthusiasts. Toccoa Falls, for goodness sake, beautiful. We're part of a North Georgia Waterfalls app that brings people from 9 different counties on the trail for waterfalls. So I love the idea of connecting with our other communities, because there's a lot of people that want to see it all, and so we're a part of that. Last year, you may find interesting that part of the Chamber is our Visitor Information Center, Regional Visitor Information Center, RVIC. Last year we had 14,702 people walk through our door in Toccoa at the Welcome Center. Such an opportunity for us to tell them more about our community. It used to be that they were on their way somewhere else, you know, but that included, that 14,000 people included people from all 50 states in the United States and 27 foreign countries coming to Toccoa. There's a lot of history here. There's a lot of story to tell, and we're very blessed to be a part of that. A few years ago, before I was here with the Chamber, there was funding available at the state level for the RVICs. You had to meet certain standards and certain levels of excellence, which we were at the top of in Toccoa, Stevens County. That funding went away, but we chose to maintain that level of excellence because that's how we believe it ought to be delivered to our visitors. Secondly, in hopes that maybe one day that those funds would be available again, and we certainly would appreciate you keeping that in the forefront as you think about tourism and what a benefit it would be to have that in our community to help draw others to Toccoa. A couple months ago, Commissioner Pat Wilson, who I think is coming up next here, of Georgia Economic Development, brought with him a group of 10 experts from his team. The Tourism Product Development Resource Team chose Toccoa to come to spend 2 days here to find out what we're doing. What projects do we have already going? What ideas they could bring to the table. And we're looking forward to August 29th, because that's when they'll be back to present their findings and their ideas to our community. But we appreciate the effort that they wanted to see what's already in motion, and then coming along with new ideas and how we can take that to a new level. They've seen things from all over the state with ideas of how we can make connections, and so we appreciate the time that they spent here. We appreciate Pat and his leadership, and look forward to hearing that as well. And so thank you all for supporting that effort also, because tourism is economic development. It is part of that picture, and I think oftentimes people don't recognize that, just even our residents don't connect the two, but it's a huge part, and certainly a huge part in Toccoa, Stevens County. The 4-lane Highway 17 that the mayor mentioned earlier is huge for us. It is such a quick ride. We have already heard from businesses that are doing business with them how attractive that is to hop off the interstate, to be able to be in our community so quickly. Another project we're working on is having a marquee, a live drive time marquee after you enter the state on 85 South, to give you a heads up on how long it's going to take you to get to Atlanta on 85, and how long it'll take you to get, if you get off on an exit 173 and take Highway 17 onto Currahee Parkway, which we've worked hard to preserve the beauty of this parkway off 17. We're not allowing any additional billboards. The county has been so supportive of that effort, because we want to give our visitors and potential tourists a pleasurable experience entering into Stevens County. And so thank you. We thank the state for making that the #1 project for the past couple of years, the Department of Transportation. We're the beneficiaries of that, and so we're looking forward to more business coming to our community for that. And finally, the film industry that we have had the pleasure of partnering with in the last year and a half. We are a camera-ready community, have been since 2011. I am the point person with that and get a lot of really cool calls about folks wanting to make movies, do TV shows, trying to find the right match. And fortunately for us, we were chosen by INSP Films now twice to shoot a film here in this community. Last year, Heritage Falls was the name of the movie. It's now on Netflix. You can write it down. It's an awesome movie, family friendly. First movie that Toccoa Falls ever agreed to allow the falls to be a part of, because the mission of that company and this movie being family friendly was one that matched up and lined up.
Mayor, Commissioner, Chamber. One of the things that you heard in the part of the state that I'm in, we have also a problem with workforce development, but we don't have the jobs to fill as much as what y'all do here. What do you see as the impediment? Are there not enough people? Is there not enough trained people? Are people not able to get jobs because there's not adequate daycare? What do you see as the impediment in your workforce development?
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't deliver the sermon that I have delivered several times up here. Let me first tell you what we have going for us in the way of having a trained workforce. We have this campus of North Georgia Tech that makes the Quick Start program available to us, and that is one of the most valuable tools in this entire state when it comes to attracting industry and training their workforce. What are our impediments? I think, as sad as it is to say, and I'm quoting one of our local industries, when they have one job to fill, they'll bring in 7 people. 5 of those people simply don't want the job. So they're left with 2. Out of the 5, part of them could not pass the drug test. And then out of the 2, one determines that they didn't want to work at that job nearly as much as they thought they did, and they're left with 1 viable employee out of 7. I think that we can attract young people and keep them here, especially now. We have an industry now in this community that not only is located here, is already expanded. We have 2 industries that are already doing that. They are hiring anything that's available that can walk in and pass the drug test. We can train them through the Quick Start program. But I'm telling you now that based on what I hear from industries here, and believe me, I hear from them, and what I know of my own knowledge, that I think today that one of the greatest deterrents to a trained workforce is young people that cannot pass the drug test. And that's exactly what we have. I think that's our greatest deterrent. I don't know what you do about that. I absolutely do not know. I'm lost. If I had the magic answer, I would print it everywhere, but I don't have it. I think that the cost of law enforcement, the cost of drug problems has escalated. I think that petty theft and things of that nature that makes the money available to buy the drugs has escalated in all communities. But I think it's felt more distinctly in rural communities such as ours. But I think that we can attract young people because of the benefits that's offered from the companies that are here now. I think that these companies pay a good and much better wage, way above, twice and sometimes more than minimum wage. I wish that we had an answer for what I think is the major problem to a trained workforce. And if you discover one as you travel around these many other Georgias, I hope you'll share. Thank you.
Ms. Payson, Mr. Scarborough.
everywhere right now is work ethic.
Even for those that want to go to work, or think they want to go to work, once they get started, their work ethic is not what it should be. And a lot of our efforts, I think, in the past in workforce development has been toward those that are not working to get them to work. I think more of our efforts need to go to those that are working in maybe a lesser job, that have shown that they're willing to work and they've got the work ethic to work at a McDonald's or a local restaurant or a car wash or whatever it might be, and to give those people the leg up for a good opportunity with maybe some on-the-job training or whatever it might entail, but then to let those entry-level jobs, we've got to work with those individuals and the employers to accept employees that have criminal backgrounds. That is one of our issues with the county, sometimes in road department work and road department work and road.
Mom and Dad that will address the drug issue down the road. It will address the work ethic issue. I feel like we could lose a lot of students when they graduate, and it's our fault that we haven't done a solid job of attracting them to pour into their community and a sense of community pride and the sense that they can make a difference in that. So I know that would take, and I say that it's not just a great idea up here, it would take intention in materials and teaching them across the board, something that's across the board in our schools that our teachers have to deliver. I mean, it's not just an optional thing, because I think it's just too easy to do what we've done for years, but it's not working when we get to graduation level, and we're losing them. And they're our best hope, the kids that we have here, captive audience in our school system. And so I would petition for some ideas on how we can teach strong leadership and good character values and work ethic in our children while we've got them at home.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Cooper.
One addictive product for another, but they will make sure that people are getting counseling to try to get them off of the drug. So that is coming. The other thing is on the criminal backgrounds, and the problem with that are those local policies, are they the state policies that make companies unable to hire them? And do you think companies would hire them if those policies were changed to some degree? So two questions.
Okay, I think they're company specific, and also, like in our case, as far as the county, government specific. I think some of the companies are beginning to realize that they're having to loosen up a little bit on some of those hirings and give some of the folks a chance. But it's just like when it used to be without a college education or without a high school education, and now it's a clean record. So, once you've, even a misdemeanor, you don't have a clean record any longer, so that will kick you out of some of those abilities to apply for certain jobs.
So there's nothing that you would that you can specifically give us to that if we changed it on the state law level?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we've got time for two questions. I'm going to recognize Representative Rogers and then Representative Houston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Julie, I think it's probably more directed to you rather than a government function, but you talked about lack of skills with kids and the lack, Dean, you were talking about the lack of work ethic, things like that. Is there anything in place through the chamber or through the county as a whole or whatever to work in the schools about soft skills or mentoring programs or anything like that? Do you have any type of organized mentoring programs or soft skills?
We have an awesome mentoring program here through Family Connections. We have, I'm a mentor, I have mentored for 2 years, and you can make a difference in one child's life, one child at a time. And so we promote that, we encourage that consistently. And so just an hour a week out of your life. And so we feel like that's very valuable, and we do have that in place. We do have soft skills training and are addressing that in our high school But what I was referring to earlier is, can we start that earlier? You know, can we integrate that at a younger age when they're learning how to say yes ma'am and no sir, and, you know, having appropriate communication skills. And honestly, there's got to be curriculum available that's focused on that and character building and that kind of thing that probably isn't for free, and I understand that. But if we could have a concerted effort across the board, statewide, to integrate that in our elementary schools on up, that by the time they got to middle school, we wouldn't have a lot of the problems and the disciplinary challenges that we have, because they've learned how to be respectful along the way. And so that is definitely something that I think would be a difference maker. We have it at an older age in high school, and they're preparing for the workforce, but sometimes I think, have we missed the opportunity because we waited too late? I mean, it's good there, but can we start it earlier?
Follow up. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. Could be that that's a two-prong approach. If you can get to them younger while they're learning to say that, then maybe they'll take it home and teach it to their parents.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
In response to your job about applications and drugs and whether they have a criminal background, I think our governor has a policy now on state jobs, somebody where you don't check if it's not one of the deadly sins. You don't put it on a state job that you have a criminal background. Somebody can probably. It's been a long time since I applied for a job, so I don't really know. And the next thing, as far as these skills, one thing I think is just the change of the times, because the children aren't asked to do jobs at school. You know, you would have to sweep the room, dust the erasers, do all these sort of things. Of course, you've got a smart board, you've got somebody to take the trash out. And maybe we need to go back and make kids do a little bit of work. And that's where they learn to do things. But I don't think parents want them to work. I don't know. So.
Representative Corbett, I think you had a quick question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question for the mayor. We've talked about the workforce shortage, but you've also mentioned a housing shortage. What have you done to address that issue, or could you enlighten us on that?
We're meeting and corresponding with some of our local developers, but we're also reaching outside the community. I'm sure that Tim Martin will probably address that more fully, but we're doing whatever we need to do to get developers interested in building housing in Stevens County. We've got two folks. Not one, we desperately need housing. And number two, we need a hotel motel facility here. There's no reason when a group like yours comes to one of these stores that you have to stay 15 miles away from the location where the meeting is being held. So, but mainly as far as it relates to our industry is our housing shortage. And we are working on it. We are in the process, the Development Authority and others are trying to put together incentive packages that might attract the developers to build housing here. We have some of our executives in some of our newer industries staying in Anderson, South Carolina. That's
Unacceptable.
we can't do that. So, but I'm sure that Tim Martin is going to address that more fully. But it is a tremendous challenge here.
Okay. One more thank you for our three local folks coming and telling y'all a story. Thank y'all. Our next presenter this afternoon, many of us have known for quite a while, is Commissioner Pat Wilson with the Department of Economic Development. And as Pat comes forward, he's a homegrown product here. He grew up in Franklin Springs, just not too far from here. Hope he didn't get lost coming up here this morning. I'm kind of hoping he knew his way to get here. But Pat has been in his role since November of 2016. Joined the department in 2010 after serving on the staff of former Governor Sonny Perdue. And Pat was looking at or doing global commerce at that point, and so kind of a natural choice to bring him along into being the commissioner. when his time arose in November, and we're tickled to have him with us. He's been doing a good job, and Pat's going to sort of show us the statewide picture and help us understand a little bit about, in this meeting today and tomorrow is about understanding what it is that companies are looking for when they come to locate in an area. And so we thought it was important that Pat be one of the first presenters for this meeting to kind of lay that groundwork and get us started down that road. So Pat, thank you for being with us.
Chairman, thank you. And I do want to welcome the committee to Northeast Georgia. Like you said, this is home for me. I actually wore my Franklin County green tie today. No, I'm sorry to the Indians in the room, but it's a Franklin County home tie today. But I do think it's important that y'all start in Stevens County, or I know it's your second meeting, but this county and what's going on here is exciting. And I think you heard it from the team up here. I just had an opportunity to come up, I guess a couple of months ago, we did a tourism product development team up here to look at what's going on in Toccoa and Stevens County. When you really talk about why companies make a decision to locate to a place, you really see it with what's going on right here in Stevens County. Quality of life, the logistics, connectivity, and then your workforce. I know my good friend Jeanette was talking about the workforce problems that they're having up here, but if that's what you see across the state, there's a great workforce up here. Toccoa, what's going on in Toccoa, I just went down to eat downtown. You go down to the courthouse, I mean, it's amazing. They've created a tremendous quality of life that's attracting businesses. The governor was just up for the ribbon cutting on NIPCO KTW. Beautiful company. It's a supplier to BMW. There's a niche of automotive suppliers that are locating up here in Northeast Georgia. And I think we found a sweet spot right here. And so part of what this committee is talking about is what's the sweet spot for rural Georgia. And I think, as we go through it, there is no magic bullet. But I think every community has something to offer. And what you're seeing up here is that they found it, and they're really putting an effort behind it, and they're doing a great job. So I don't want to take a lot of time with the presentation. I wanted to have a discussion today and talk a little bit more, but I do want, since I've worked with most of you over the years, y'all know what economic development does, but for some of the newer members who haven't worked with us as much, I do want to talk about the department. If I can make this slide move. So the department under Governor Deal has changed a little bit. We've gotten bigger. We have broadened our scope, and I think it's good for Georgia. We really have focused on an integrated approach to economic development. Not every community is going to land Caterpillar, and we have to know that. But the backbone of every community is that there is something to offer. Every community has something that's creating jobs. So the way our department's organized, we have global commerce, which is truly the business investment, growing jobs. We work kind of in two paths, attracting new jobs and new investment, whether that's from out of state or overseas. But really, what we do and what we focus on is growing existing industry. We can't go out and recruit new business if the business that's here isn't growing and prospering. 67% of our announcements last year came from existing industry. And I love what Toccoa does. Stevens County really has a great existing industry program where they are focused on the communities that are home. And anytime that we are traveling around the state, that's one of the first things we talk about is get to know your companies. Get to know the companies that are in your area and understand what's keeping them from growing. We can't go get somebody else if those guys can't be a testimonial for you. So we also work with small businesses. We have a small business unit that works with small businesses around the state through mentorship programs. And then really it's one of the things that we find when we deal with small businesses is they just don't know. Having a resource to go to help you navigate regulations, whether they be state or federal, opportunities for capital, we have those in our department. We all know that 99% of business in Georgia is classified as a small business under federal guidelines. Locating new markets for Georgia products. So that's our international trade team. We have 12 offices in 11 strategic markets around the world to help Georgia companies find new buyers overseas. And really, if you're looking at the impact into rural Georgia, our international trade team probably has the biggest impact. 95% of Georgia counties have at least one business that is selling overseas internationally. So if you have 159 counties, that's a lot of counties. It really is amazing when you open a new market for a business, you're creating a job at home and you're creating a job in logistics to get that product to the market. It is a great way for companies to diversify their client base and make sure that they have a long-term viability. And we do all that free of charge. So attracting tourists, the tourism division is under us as well, and I want to thank everybody in this room. Over the last 5 years, we have added about $2 million to our tourism marketing budget, and I can't thank, except Ms. Alston and Chairman England, y'all have been fantastic. So tourism marketing, I don't know if y'all saw, but we went over the $60 billion impact this year in tourism. We had more tourists traveling to Georgia than we've ever had, and that was actually up by 4% last year. Tourists coming to Georgia is great because they're coming to spend money. They are not leaving a lasting impact on our schools other than their money is going in to fund those schools. With the money that y'all added to our budget over the last few years, we've actually been able to go back on TV for the first time in 10 years in 3 drive time markets. So we were in Jacksonville, Greenville, and in Birmingham. And so, you know, if you look for the low-hanging fruit first, those markets really pay off for us. So I want to thank y'all for that. Increased entertainment production. You know, the film tax credits have been wildly successful, and filming happens all over the state. It's happened here, as Julie was saying. It's happened in practically every part of the state, and it continues to grow, so we're really excited about that. Strengthening companies through innovation. The centers of innovation are very unique to Georgia. So in 6 strategic industries, we help small businesses reach into our university system and find resources that they probably didn't know were available. And that's if I have a new product that I need to be test marketed. I need access to research because I have a problem. You know, we help them reach into the schools that y'all funded for years. It's amazing that I still go to Georgia Tech. Every time I go onto that campus, I find some new research program that I didn't know existed. And so companies don't even know where to start. They're too busy trying to make that next dollar and make ends meet. So we have the centers of innovation that help them reach into those resources. Expanding international relationships. We work really hard with our consular corps here in Atlanta to continue to grow activities with them, which generally lead to business leads from overseas. Promoting the arts, and Chairman Houston has been fantastic for us in growing the Georgia Council for the Arts budget to reach into rural communities. So for the first time 3 years ago, the legislature created the Vibrant Communities Grant. And really there's small dollars that go to help rural Tier 1 communities in their arts organizations. So they're about $5,000 grants that can go from anything for a local school to be able to rent school buses to take their kids to the High Museum. It can buy art supplies. It is a fantastic grant that really supplements arts education in rural Georgia. And then last but not least, the state's workforce. We talked about it here. There is not a conversation I have with a company that doesn't mention workforce in 1, 2, or 3 questions. And I don't care whether you're looking in Atlanta or whether you're looking in Dublin, workforce is a question. And they want to know over the next 20 years, am I going to be able to find the workforce I need to be successful? And we all know that every state has this problem. It's not just Georgia. I mean, it's not. I was just with BMW this week in Greenville, talking to them about the problems they're having with workforce. In North South Carolina, they have gotten to the point where they're so saturated with BMW and then suppliers that they're cannibalizing their workforce. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of great companies that are locating now into Georgia. Wages go up when they're hiring from each other. And so that's a great problem to have if you're Greenville and you're Spartanburg. But that problem exists all over the state and all over the Southeast. And the first state to figure out a way to address it is going to be a huge winner in the long run. So what I love is the legislature and Governor Deal moving the state's workforce division under economic development. It makes all the sense in the world to make sure that we're aligning our training and retraining programs with the jobs that are coming into the state. And I'm not going to lie, it's been hard to make all the pieces fit over the first 2 years, but I think we're really coming into something that's going to pay off in the long run by being able to use the federal dollars that are coming to Georgia to help train for the right jobs. It is the future. And then you look at the technical college system of Georgia, and I want to take 1 second to talk about this facility. This is amazing. And one of the things, I had a consultant that we were meeting with on a pretty major project. He was talking about workforce, and he said at the end of our presentation, so Quick Start presented, the Georgia Department of Labor presented, the end of the presentation, he said, what really sets you guys apart is that you have 50 years of investment into your technical colleges and into Quick Start. We started Quick Start in 1968. That is pretty amazing when you look back at where the South was in 1968. But we started training people to meet jobs, and we did it for free. And so we have a track record. We don't sell Quick Start by putting the technical college folks in front of a company. We bring in companies to talk to them, companies that have had success from the program. And then I also want to mention the Department of Labor's, the program that Commissioner Butler started called Customized Recruitment. For a company like NIFCO KTW or these companies that are coming into rural Georgia, one of the great things the Department of Labor does now is they will go out and do all beating the bushes, all the things you have to do to find applicants and find the right applicants. They weed through all the 10,000 resumes that you'll get for 1,000 jobs, and they'll hand them off to Quick Start. It's an amazing program, and we're the only state in the country that has it. And I just want to put a plug in for that. So then if you look at this integrated approach to economic development, and one of the things that Governor Deal is really focused on is us touching communities in Georgia, the department really working to touch every community in Georgia. So we put together this map about 4 years ago and started keeping track of every time that we have had a project location, that we've worked with a company for international trade, that film has been in a community, where the Georgia Council of the Arts has given a grant. We have touched every county in Georgia in one way or another over the last year. This is 2016. And Governor Deal has been very adamant to us to be out in the communities. Don't sit in an office in Atlanta, go out. Be part of what's going on in Georgia, hear from people, and that's why I think it's great that y'all are doing this, and that you chose Stevens County, because there is a great story here. And then last but not least, the strategic markets where we have international offices. And I want to thank the legislature as well. Anywhere we go in the world where we have an office, we hear from representatives there that Georgia is the only place that continually has offices. Over the history of having international offices, we've had an office in Tokyo and an office in Europe since 1973. We have never closed an international office, except for once, and that was in South Africa, and we just mistimed that one. But I do want to say that we are, the consistency of the relationships that we've had. We've been in Korea for 30 years. We've been in Israel for 20 years. These relationships pay off in the long run. It's not an investment that happens overnight. That's why I think we're just starting to see the China relationships pay off. We've been there now for 10 years, and we end up with Century Tire in LaGrange, and we've got some great prospects that are looking at Georgia right now. It takes time, and so I want to thank the legislature for being consistent. We really appreciate that. So that is my presentation. I want to answer questions. I want to spend time hearing from y'all. So with that, Chairman, I'll kick it back to you.
I might have like a dozen, but
I would expect no less.
But I am going to defer to some of the other committee members. But I would like to ask a couple of questions. One of the things that specifically, and Stevens County and Toccoa are unusual in comparison to a lot of rural Georgia. And I know that before I got involved in the city politics and state politics, I was involved very heavily in the Chamber of Commerce. And I can remember hearing a lot of chambers in rural Georgia say, you know, the department never brings us a prospect. And yet there are other rural areas that are somewhat successful. And I know that you're limited because there are some companies that want to be within a certain distance of Hartsfield. But those that don't express that kind of sentiment, what are the barriers that prevent some rural communities from being successful in economic development? And I know that y'all want to bring prospects to areas where you know that the community is ready, that the community has good leadership, and so you don't want to just bring them someplace and then have the industry have a bad taste about Georgia or rural Georgia. So tell me what y'all look at as far as, if I've got two communities in rural Georgia, which one am I going to bring a prospect to? What are the barriers? What can rural communities do to help achieve success?
Chairman, you actually answered some of the question as you're asking it. So there's some great answers in that too. So I want to say first how economic development's changed over the last 7 years. Even when I started at the department, one of the things we see now is most companies hire a consultant. They get a consultant, whether it's Deloitte or KPMG, to do site selection and incentives negotiation. So what this consultant does is take the parameters of the project, and they do all the legwork on the front end. They come to us and say, here are the 5 counties that I want to look at in Georgia. And all the information is much more readily available now than it was when the department was the sole purveyor of all that information. 10 years ago, you talk to Randy Cardoza, the companies would come in and say, this is what our project looks like. Where in Georgia do you want us to look? And so we could tick off 10 or 12 different places that we could take them. And we had a lot more opportunity to steer a project back then. But at this point, and I talk to rural communities about this a lot, you have to have your information online. You have to have everything up to date and readily available. We're doing a lot of time and investment into the grad site program, making sure that we have sites that are ready all across Georgia for development. But part of that is something that we invested in this year, is taking drones out to those sites and videoing them so that we can put that online and make it easy for companies to find. We just don't have the opportunity to steer like we used to. That being said, when we do, you nailed you ticked off some of the things that we look for. I mean, leadership in a community. It's fascinating. We were with the consultant fairly recently on a project, and I asked him what are your thoughts on this community, and he said, my goodness, you guys need to have fewer counties. And I laughed. I laughed, and he wasn't necessarily saying that we need to consolidate. What he was saying is that the jobs don't stop at the line of a county. And the jobs don't, a job in Albany helps Daugherty County too. You know, you have to have more coordination, and that's why I think this part of the state's doing a pretty good job is regionalism. We got to look at taking down those barriers between Stevens, Franklin, and Hart County. If you look at the counties singularly, there's not nearly as much to offer as when you look across the region. If you're looking at companies, when they ask us for workforce data, they want us to draw a little circle for 30 miles and say this is as far as we can look, 30 miles around this company, maybe 50 if we're lucky. You and I both know a good job in rural Georgia, people are driving an hour and a half for that job. They don't allow us to look at that. But when you come as a group, when you come as a region, we're broadening that base of employees that they're looking for. Sites, and I can't, I would say, and I'm, just taking an estimate, but I'd say 75% of our losses right now is not incentives. Probably workforce plays a piece in it, but sites is number one. We have to have more sites in Georgia. And I've been preaching this all over the state. And I'm not talking about you got an option on land. Because one of the things that we're seeing more and more from companies, for us to even be in the game for a project, we got to give them that site free. And that site includes natural gas. That site includes maybe fiber optics. But you got to have power. And you got to have sewer. And we don't have enough good sites in Georgia. And if you start looking at big sites, 1,000+ acres, we're really hurting. I hold Dublin up as a great example of a community that has done it right. They have put themselves in a great position, and I laugh that when you got a problem with a project in Dublin and we try to get on a conference call, the whole town is on the conference call. They've got everybody. It's the county, it's the community, it's everybody. And we need to see that in rural Georgia. We don't see it enough. When we take a project into Dublin, they roll out the red carpet. They do a great job. But what it comes down to is I'm a marketing agency. I'm marketing a site, and they've got great sites. And we need more of that in rural Georgia. But I think if it comes down to really, if you're boiling it into a few pots, it's leadership, sites, and connectivity. Having those utilities, it's a big deal.
You mentioned the local communities and Dublin, as far as when you have that conference call, everybody's on the conference call. And I don't know that I know how to ask this question, but how many of our communities realize how important that is, that everyone is at the table for one of those conference calls? That's one of the things that I've seen at home that our folks have overcome, is that you got to have everybody at the table, because used to it was 2 or 3 individuals that were the ones doing all the negotiating, doing all the talking, but then they didn't realize a lot of times that there needed to be 12 or 15 folks involved in that conversation to make all the pieces work. So do our rural communities realize that is an issue that they need to be, and is there something that you think of that y'all as our chief marketing agent for the state, that y'all can do to help communities realize that, or is there something that we need to do to help communities realize that? I mean, not everything that this committee is going to do or this council is going to do is necessarily going to be statutory in nature, but a lot of it is just helping people understand what they're supposed to be doing and what they need to be doing.
I think first, the fact that y'all are doing this is going to help with that. Being out in communities, one of the things we found in the governor's competitiveness initiative in 2011, just being out in the community and having these conversations helped us with awareness. But we have our existing industry program. We have 12. We divide the state into 12 regions, and we have somebody out in the region living in the communities that really their job is to get to know existing industry. But we also look at that as one of our kind of community development opportunities too. It's helping communities understand the process. But you got to want to hear. You have to have you have to have the mindset that we hate each other on Friday nights, but we're going to come together on a project and make sure that we win this thing. It really is. It's fascinating to me at how those county lines really divide communities. But I do agree with you. I think one of the great things that DCA does a tremendous job of educating, and I know Rusty will talk to you about it a little bit more, but through the Economic Development Academy, they've done a good job of helping local officials understand how economic development works. But we gotta, we need more local leadership to go through those programs. And really, if you look at the history of economic development in Georgia, Georgia Power has been doing local development for years, helping companies and communities understand the impact of local economic development. Leaning on our partners to help us in the communities is a big part of that too.
Real quick on international economic development, how big an issue do you see that language barriers are? And is that something that rural communities, that a rural community or 2 or 3 or 100 could focus on? I'm looking up there and having been with y'all to Brazil a few years ago on an economic development mission, thinking that Brazil spoke Spanish when they speak Portuguese. But anyway, thinking I was well prepared for that trip until I got down there and didn't understand a lick of what they were saying. But is that an opportunity, an untapped opportunity for local communities to really concentrate on some language, secondary language, or third or fourth languages that the developing workforce could start, because they're young enough, their minds are still able to wrap around things
Sure.
that mine can't anymore, and learning new languages. Is that something that potentially could be a plus or an extra tool in the toolbox for a community?
Sure. I think any time that you have that, especially when we are marketing to, say, a certain group of companies, and I think what you're seeing up here in Northeast Georgia is you're getting German companies because of that connection to BMW. If there were a German program in one of the schools up here, that would be also a very big draw. I mean, they love to know that you would have that available for not only their executives, but really, I use Herring in Hart County as a good example. Herring is taking the local kids they are hiring, who will be their plant managers, back to Stuttgart, Germany for 2 years of intensive language training and cultural training. And old Mr. Herring, when we had dinner with him with the governor, he said, I don't want any mistranslation at all between the things coming out of Stuttgart and things that will be in Hart County. I want them to understand exactly what we're saying. And so and my mom ran into somebody at Walmart whose son is on that program, and she was so grateful. I mean, this kid's graduates from Hart County High School, and he gets to go to Stuttgart, Germany for 2 years. What a great opportunity. But it really means a lot to these companies that you have that awareness, that cultural awareness. And I do want to thank y'all again, and I don't want to seem like I'm brown-nosing today, but y'all added money to our budget 3 years ago, for our international relations program. And one of the things we're doing with that is helping communities when they have a prospect coming in from Germany or from China or Japan, wherever it is. We'll go into the community and help them get organized and understand the culture so that you can serve green tea to a Chinese company, that you're saying the right things to a Japanese company. And our team will go down and help them prepare for that. We did it in Dublin with kind of an intense China program for the community. We've done it in Griffin with Japanese. Griffin, it's unbelievable. They've now located 4 Japanese companies into the same industrial park. And so, having that cultural awareness, it's a big deal. So I would say any time that you can add language programs, it makes a difference.
Well, and some of it is culinary.
They just don't get chitlins, do they, Terry?
No, they don't.
I don't either, though, Chairman.
The concept of regionalism is intriguing because I know that on paper, you can understand that if I don't have the population or I don't have all of the infrastructure, or it doesn't make sense for every county in a rural area to go in and put in the state-of-the-art park, that it makes sense for us to do regional approach. But it's just really hard to say, gosh, I love the fact that Colquitt County is getting these jobs, or I love the fact that Dougherty County or Worth County, I want them in Mitchell County, or I want them in Decatur County. So what can we do as a state to encourage, incentivize regionalism so that, we actually do what's in our best interest, but we just can't quite bring ourselves to do it?
Nobody would know better than you. I mean, it really is. It's hard to get communities to look past the borders. I mean, if you were elected mayor of a city, it's your base. You want those jobs in your town, and you want it in your county. So it's tough. Now we have a tax credit. It's a tax credit bonus if you have a regional authority, a joint economic development authority. I think you could grow that out. I think right now you can just team up two communities together and create your joint development authority. I think there's some opportunities that you could incentivize counties looking at a region. I'm not sure exactly what that incentive would look like, but I'd love to continue to talk to you about that and see if we can come up with something. But I do think part of it too is the leadership in this room and y'all going home to your communities and talking about it. Y'all are some of the really strongest leaders in the communities where you live. If you take that back, I do think it makes an impact.
I know others have questions. I'm sorry that myself and the co-chair are taking up time asking questions, but chairman's prerogative, I'm sorry. Looking in the crystal ball 10, 15, 20 years down the road, what countries do you see as emerging markets? What do you see as emerging trading partners, and countries actually that are maybe on the fringe of breaking through on development that would be good countries for communities to target, to learn more about going forward? So, I mean, I say 10 to 15 years because
Sure.
if you start a program in an elementary school today, then that community then will be kind of ready for it at that point. So,
If you're looking at investment, foreign direct investment, I would say you stick with your European countries, stick with China. I don't see any major country except maybe India as far as future of FDI. I think if you maybe South Africa, we've had one or two projects out of South Africa. But as far as foreign direct investment, I think you stick to the ones that brung you. Germany is always going to be a great market for us. The UK, we've had some good French projects for the first time in a while. We landed a major Italian company in Henry County. We've had some really great European wins, and I think you're going to see that continue. China is still a little bit of the Wild West for us. We're narrowing our focus, and we're seeing more projects come out of that narrowed focus. But I would say Chinese is still, Mandarin programs are pretty important. If you're looking in the future, I think as India figures out their internal taxing regimes, I think you might see some opportunity there. As far as trade goes, India is still, probably that next big market, but it comes down to them internally. And then you're looking at Asia continue to be a great trade opportunity, and South America. Honestly, Our newest office is Columbia. We're the only state with an office in Columbia, and it has been booming for us, selling ag products into Columbia. And the return trade is fascinating because they're sending fruit back, and that's very new for forever. The fruit market has gone to Philadelphia, and for the first time, you're seeing we've had investment in cold storage in Savannah, and so they're bringing fruit back into Savannah for the first time, which is great. And again, that goes to the investments the state has made at the Port of Savannah. It continues to be such a huge driver for us. But if you look at South America, and one of the things we try to do is really focus where the United States has free trade agreements. So where we have free trade agreements, that's where we're spending our money, and we see the biggest return on investment. But one of the interesting things is if you talk to the Chinese, they're worried about losing jobs to Vietnam, and they're worried about losing jobs to Indonesia because their wages are going up. I think you're going to see Vietnam and Indonesia continue to be grow as trade partners as well.
One of the interesting things when we did the China trip a few years ago that I brought home with me was that there are more people elevating into the middle class in China every year than there are in the United States total.
That's right.
But the middle class there's what, 7,000 to 15,000 in income too. But anyway, Representative Rogers, I think you had a question.
I just wanted to follow up, Commissioner, on what Chairman England said. This may be an off-the-wall sort of thing, but when we were talking about the company that would you say it was Hart County that was doing in the German or whatever?
Hearing.
Mm-hmm. We passed some legislation a couple of years ago where you could get a certificate on your diploma. You would get a certificate of competency if you were bilingual. Have you guys looked at working with the Department of Education on that and seen if we could expand onto that program and maybe using it as a tool for the state, and maybe it could be something that even counties could pick up on, that they have a certain percentage of their children that are graduating from the schools there with that certification? Because to me, I think it could be a tool. Absolutely, and I think I haven't even thought about that being, I'm sure we already market the program, but using the percentage of kids, if that number is good, I think that's a great opportunity to market. If they're not taking advantage of it, I want to keep that off the list. I think that's where it's important that you guys step in and try to work in conjunction with the Department of Education and maybe prod them into pushing that program a little bit. No, that's great that's something I'll take back.
Parsons, and then we're going to have time for one more question. We've got to take a break. This has been good, and we appreciate you coming, Commissioner.
Of course.
Chairman Parsons.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if this is on. Doesn't sound like it is, but anyway, when you were going through the assets that a community needs or is good to have for economic development or a company coming in, one of the things you said, you didn't say broadband, but you mentioned fiber, and you kind of glossed over and said maybe. And I mean, that's something that almost even a small company, they have to have some kind of broadband connectivity. I'm just wondering why you kind of glossed over that. I mean, isn't that a very important thing it would almost seem like it would have to be a necessity. It would be a necessity today.
Well, it's important, no doubt.
It not be important.
No doubt. But I have never had a company say, we're not coming to this location because of lack of broadband. I've never had somebody say you lost this project because of lack of broadband. Now, they may not have even considered a site because of that, but it's never been something that was given to me as an example of why you lost a project.
Okay, I'm just curious. I can't understand how they can conduct business in this day and time if they don't have it. So.
Well, I generally lump that into utilities. You got to have your utilities out there. So. To that site. But the only reason I don't hold that up, and I've had people say we didn't have natural gas or you could not get me the capacity I needed for electricity or whatever that was, but that's never been a reason.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Hatchett.
Right, how about that? Yeah, you can hear me now. It says touch, so I touched it. Well, I'm gonna do a little bit of brown nosing. You said you weren't doing brown nosing, but I just want to, you mentioned Dublin, Lawrence County a lot in your presentation. I appreciate that. Y'all work really hard with our group back home, and they work really hard with y'all. I just wanted to say thank you, and, you know, with one win, we have a lot of losses too. So,
That's
I mean,
right.
but they continue to work, and y'all continue to bring us projects, and we appreciate the partnership we have with you.
You know, and I think, it's interesting. We talked about how companies are now kind of telling us where they want to look. When you have a good track record of working with consultants, and Dublin now does, then they request to go back. And so we appreciate what y'all have done. But we're also seeing at Thomasville, Georgia, is a great example of a community that is a great place to live, and they are all in. They work well together with leadership. They host projects just impeccably and do a great job. And now we're seeing consultants request to go look at Thomasville. And, you know, it's amazing that what leadership can do in a community.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and let's show the Commissioner we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Rusty Haygood, who was recently named DCA's Deputy Commissioner for Community Development and Finance. He previously served as Economic Development Director for Oconee County, a position he held for 7.5 years. He's worked in economic development projects of all sizes, ranging from successful recruitment of Fortune 100 companies to assisting small business startups. He's originally from Toccoa and is a graduate of the University of Georgia with both a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science and Master of Public Administration. Let's welcome Rusty Haygood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to be here with you today. Unlike Commissioner Wilson, I forgot to wear my red and black tie, but this purple is not anything to do with some school across the state line that's confused about their colors. I bled red and black from the time I was born through college. So I want to start off today and talk a little bit about Department of Community Affairs and how we're involved with the economic development process. In many cases, we are working hand in hand with the Department of Economic Development. So it's fortuitous that I think the two agencies have been put back to back on the agenda. What I will say is there are many, many times and various ways that the two work together. Everything from working through the discretionary incentive process when they're recruiting a company and we get brought to the table in regards to some of the discretionary tools that we have at our disposal, to looking at everything from opportunity zones to the Tourism Development Act, various activities such as that. So thank you for allowing us to be back to back on the agenda here. And I know most all of you around the table and many folks around the room know what DCA is, but I'll start out and say simply we're advocates for Georgia's communities, and we touch a community in virtually every way that they could be touched, whether it be housing, whether it be economic development, whether it be community development, whether it's working with city governments, county governments, development authorities, small businesses in the community. We're reaching out, we're touching folks every which way we can. One thing that I will not really be focusing on during this presentation is our housing element. I didn't know if that was something y'all were going to be addressing later on. I know we've had a question already about housing. Really where I had intended to go was specifically on that community and economic development piece. I'll welcome any questions that you have that I may be able to answer in regards to that, but I really intended to talk about the community and economic development piece. Specifically our financing tools, specifically the credits that we touch as an agency, and the resources that we provide in technical assistance out to the communities across the state. Within our toolbox, like I mentioned, we've got financing, we've got incentives, we've got partnerships with various local governments, authorities, state agencies, et cetera, and we've got a great team out in the field providing technical assistance, providing those resources to the communities in which we serve. Like the Economic Development Department, we have 12 regions as well. We've got a regional representative who lives there, who eats there, they sleep there, their kids go to school there. It's really a way that we can have boots on the ground throughout the state, and it's not always we're from Atlanta and we're here to help you. We've got somebody who knows that community, who knows the community inside and out. Knows the leadership, knows the styles of the community leaders. They know who the community leaders are and who the community leaders aren't within those areas. So we've got that as a tremendous resource that we also employ. Our territory mirrors their territory, so our representatives and their representatives can establish a good working relationship with each other, know what's going on, and be able to speak to our leadership about what is going on out in the state. Some of the things that we hear from communities, while Commissioner Wilson mentioned that they haven't had projects that have turned the state down because of broadband, we hear continually from communities that broadband is an issue. Whether it's anecdotal or actual, that's something that we hear. 10 years ago, when you talked about infrastructure needs within the community, it was water, sewer, roads, natural gas. Now it's broadband, water, sewer, roads, natural gas. We continually hear that from the communities. I wish I had the silver bullet answer to solving that issue that the communities perceive, but at this point, it's really something that we're constantly in communication with these communities about. We also hear from communities, they want help understanding the programs that DCA has to offer. We have a tagline that we've used for several years, that we've got about 65 programs that are deployed across the state. I think that number really needs to be recounted. It's definitely closer to 70, if not 75 at this point, because there have been additional programs that have been added to the department. It's difficult to navigate, quite honestly, if you're a community. It's difficult to navigate for our staff to know everything that goes on as well. You do the math, and we've got about 75 programs and 425 staff. There's a lot of programming there, and we don't have hordes of people in each of those areas. So sometimes we do get siloed. Sometimes we don't get the message out as well as possible. But it's something that we continually work to improve on, and that's why we've got those folks out in the field, so that they can tell the communities about what these resources that we have might be. Talking about funding for projects, every community across the state wants to talk to DCA about funding for projects. It could be something very small, it could be something massive, it could be something speculative in the community, it could be, hey, we're courting this business. But at the end of the day, we've got communities across the state that are trying to find ways to finance projects within their community. That's one of the functions that DCA serves. We're happy to be a resource for them. Another thing that's probably going to be mentioned a little later in the day is access to credit or capital for small businesses within the community. While we can't grant funds to the businesses, all of you are intimately aware of that, we do have some loan programs that can be tapped into by the private sector. Some are really geared toward getting access to capital for those small businesses. Others are in the economic development recruitment type process. So we'll talk a little bit more about those as we go on. And one thing that's starting to emerge is population decline. That gets to some of the conversations that we had with the local community as they were doing the introductions and the questions and answers there. I saw some stats earlier this week, and I haven't verified them, so if my numbers are off, I apologize. But the number I saw was there were 77 counties in the state that have lost population since 2010. That's huge. The state's population has increased significantly, but that's been concentrated in a few areas, but 77 counties have decreased in population. That affects your workforce. That affects your tax base. That affects everything within the community. So that's something that has started being discussed, and I'm hearing a little bit more about that as each passing day goes on, but I think it's something we definitely need to be cognizant of and make sure that we're looking at in this conversation. If your population is declining, specifically in certain parts of the state, like we talked about, county lines don't mean what they mean on the political side when you're talking about jobs and people traveling to get to a job. So if we're seeing those declines in geographic areas, then that is something of significant concern. When we talk about communities getting ready for economic development, I think the local community set the table very well. First of all, you've got to know what you're trying to achieve. You've got to know where you're going and set up a roadmap of how you're going to get there. In our office, we talk about planning. That doesn't explicitly mean comprehensive planning, which is one of the charges of DCA by the General Assembly, but planning in general. What we have done on our strategic plan as an agency, our strategic plan has item number 1, planning. That's an internal focus and an external focus. When I say internal, what we're going to be looking at whenever communities are coming in with grant applications is that they have thought through this process. Are you trying to achieve something that you have planned for, or is this a whim that you got and you've put together an application and you're trying to get funding without really thinking through the process? The second side of that is right now we're in the process of strengthening our outgoing message to communities with our planning staff. About 10 years ago, we had some pretty significant cuts, as every agency had. And now we're getting to the point that we are able to be out in the field a little more with our staff. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to each of those 12 service regions that Commissioner Wilson mentioned, that I've mentioned, and every year we're going to be providing technical training, whether that be for local governments, whether it be for planning commissions, whether it be for the regional commissions, whoever it may be, on on planning-related issues so that they can understand where they are, where they're trying to go, make sure that one of the things that a particular region has mentioned to us that they need a refresher on is developments of regional impact. That's one of the requirements in state law, that if a project exceeds a certain size, you have to go through this process. They went through a period where there were no developments of regional impact. And 5, 6, 7 years later, they're getting hit with a glut of these. They want our resources to be out in the field to talk to them about how they comply with all of the steps that they're supposed to, and in fact, make this as seamless and easy of a process to get to the determination of whether this is in the best interest of the region and the state. Setting yourself apart. I think that's also been mentioned earlier today, both by Commissioner Wilson and the community, that whenever prospects are looking at you, whether you know it or not, whether the state knows it or not, you've got to set yourself apart. Commissioner Wilson talked about having all the information on your website. That's critical from the very outset. You never know who is looking at you or when they're looking at you, because much of it is done online, whether it's your website, various other sources of data. I know all the consultants subscribe to data sources, so they're looking at a great amount of information from the very beginning, even before anyone knows that the community, or excuse me, that the company is looking for a new location. I bring up local champions and local leaders. That cannot be undersold. If you have the right people at the table and the right people saying the right things at the right time, you can do tremendous things. Also, the bad apple can torpedo anything that you're trying to get headway in at the same time. I like the fact that we've got city, county, and chamber folks that can stand up in the front of the room together without gritting their teeth and talking about each other. It really makes a big difference whenever people can sing off of one sheet of music. I was doing local economic development for 7 years before coming to DCA. I've seen examples of communities working together well. I've seen examples of communities not working together well. And even on that regional element, it goes beyond the county lines, it crosses county lines. I was fortunate enough at, I guess it was about 4 or 5 years ago now, to work on the Caterpillar project that chose the Athens-Oconee area. And that was a challenging project on multiple levels. First of all, the state had been eliminated before this site came up as an option, but we were straddling county lines with a piece of property. The company could have located on the Clark County side or the Oconee County side or straddled the line. They chose to put the physical building in 3 political jurisdictions: Athens, Clark County, Oconee County, and the city of Bogart. The 800,000 footprint is in 3 political jurisdictions. So you've got the regulations for all 3. You've got to be able to navigate and work through those processes that are inherently in place. And lo and behold, there's a certificate of occupancy that's signed by 2 counties that from the time they started moving dirt until the time they moved in was 365 days. Whenever folks put their mind to it and they can work together, incredible things can happen. It doesn't hurt if certain leaders say you will make this happen or your successor will, but it also gets to the point that where there's a will, there's a way. Satisfactory infrastructure. You've got to have the water, the sewer, the roads, the gas, the broadband if that's necessary. If you're trying to recruit a food processing facility and you don't have water and sewer capacity, you're going down the wrong path. That's poor planning from the outset. But for what you're trying to do, you've got to have those specific infrastructures necessary in order to make that happen. And I think you have to be realistic. If you are in an area that has a labor pool of 20,000 people over a 50-mile area and you're trying to recruit a 2,000, 2,500 employer, it might be difficult here. You've got to be realistic in what your expectations are. For a lot of communities, a win is that 20 employee business. It could be that 5 employee business, depending on what it is. What your community is suited for, what your community needs, and what you can be able to recruit to your community all have to gel in order for your community to be successful. I want to get into some of our programs and resources at DCA just so that you can see those at work. I've really tried to cite more recent examples here. We've got decades of history that we could go into with projects and examples, but what I've tried to do is look at what DCA has done most recently. I know some of you have been in the General Assembly for a while and you know DCA inside and out, but that's kind of why I was trying to make sure that we used a little bit of fresh resource when it comes to what we're talking about today. To get to some of those things that I've mentioned previously, we're trying to enhance our education and training of the local communities. That's one of the things that we hear from the communities. We're trying to reach out to them and provide resources that are beneficial. We've got 2 handbooks that have come off the presses, I guess, within the last quarter. I've got copies of both of them here. One is a downtown development handbook, and one is a rural development handbook. The preceding Rural Development Council and DCA and Carl Vinson Institute of Government put together the Rural Development Handbook, which is really geared toward new economic developers all across the state. Whether you're the economic development director, or you're the board chair, or you're the county commissioner, this is something that's going to provide you information and resources about what is done, what can be done, how it can be done, and just a resource for them to get up to speed as quickly as possible. Our Main Street Handbook is really geared toward that new Main Street manager. It's designed so that you have a specific question. You go to Chapter 6, for instance, that's where it's talking about this. It's almost as if you pull out that one segment, you look at it for what you're trying to answer, what you're trying to achieve, and then refer back to the manual when you've got another question about another topic. We have started a regional commission board training. That's in collaboration with the regional commissions all across the state. The first one of those occurred last summer in Griffin, and we've got the second one in coastal Georgia, and the third one will be in North Georgia at some point in the not too distant future. So we're working to provide guidance, provide instruction to the regional commissions who are intimately involved with the communities around the state as well. DCA has a fall conference. Previously, we've called that our CDBG Recipients Conference. Many of you have attended in the past to get your picture made with that big check that is coming to the communities. We're kind of renaming and rebranding this, started last year, and it's going to be the DCA Fall Conference moving forward. Now, we have the same elements of awarding the CDBG recipients and providing that training for those recipients about the federal compliance requirements, but we're adding elements to that so that other resources that the agency can bring to the table are known by the communities as well. So it's going to be broader than just recipients of CDBG funds as we move forward. And before I leave that, Commissioner Wilson mentioned the Academy for Economic Development. That's a longstanding program that has tremendous impact throughout the state. And we continue to have those each year within each of the 12 service regions. Tremendous program. I went through it even before coming to DCA, thought it was a fantastic tool. Hope many of you have and can encourage folks in your community to do that as well. One last thing that I will say, it ties back to the planning element that I mentioned earlier, and it's also in the education and training element in my mind. We are starting community assistance teams throughout the state. What we're doing is taking subject matter experts, everything from community development, economic development to housing, and communities are applying to us to participate in the program. They are getting in-depth technical assistance from our team. We have intended to do 2 this first year. Monticello, Jasper County is the first one that was identified, and we're actively working with them. We had our kickoff meeting with the community and DCA staff last month. Next month, we are going to Monticello and Jasper County to spend some time with their leadership, with their community, so that we can provide our assistance to them. Much like Commissioner Wilson was talking about with the tourism product development teams, that's what we're doing with our community development housing folks as well. I mentioned just a moment ago our community development block grant. While that is a federal program, it has a lot of applicability throughout the state. What I will say is there are questions swirling in DC about the program, the future of the program, and how that's going to look moving forward. There have been significant cuts proposed by the current administration, but it seems that the early word that we're getting is Congress hasn't expressed much of an appetite for slashing the community development block grant program. The funds that we get under the CDBG program really are primarily geared toward that community development side of the question. But we've got two programs, the Employment Incentive Program and the Redevelopment Fund, which really can get to the economic development, the job creation side of things. We'll talk about those a little more. And then I've got several more state funded tools that we'll get to. The Community Development Block Grant, like I mentioned, the funds originate from HUD. So with federal funds, there are lots of federal requirements that are attached to those. This past year, we, for the first time in a couple of decades, increased the maximum amount that communities can apply for. We've upped that to $750 for a single activity and $1 million for a multi-activity project. And it is the underlying program for several of the state set-asides. I mentioned those two, the Employment Incentive Program and the Redevelopment Fund. We carve those out of the federal allocation on an annual basis. And those are the two programs that we can steer those funds to in order to meet the national objective of that CDBG program. The national objectives are to benefit low to moderate income folks, to address blighting influences within the community, and also to make sure that they address any immediate concerns, immediate issues that are threatening any community that is eligible for the funding. So these funds, north of $30 million a year, are designed to go to community development activities benefiting those low to moderate income folks. That's really the threshold that we're looking at as the first pass when we're looking at communities' application being eligible. If you're not hitting those thresholds of low to moderate income beneficiaries, you're not going to be able to receive the funding. I've listed a couple of examples on each of these programs that we have funded within the last year, 2 years, just to give you a little flavor of what we use these funds for. Sylvania, rehabilitation of sewer lines. That was an award that was made last year. Ellington, at the same funding cycle, received funding for street and drainage improvements. These are at the core foundation of community development. If you can't take care of the wastewater, if you've got flooding in your streets, if you've got these issues that cause washing out of roads or they flow into people's yards and you don't get the water moving away from them, lots of issues occur from those. That's what we're trying to achieve with the underlying CDBG program. And then we move into these two set-asides that come from it. The Employment Incentive Program, we set aside for economic development and job creation purposes benefiting these low to moderate income folks. What happens in this is it is not a grant to the company, it's a grant to the community. If the community is in need of certain infrastructure improvements, public infrastructure improvements, these funds can be used in order to help alleviate those infrastructure concerns while providing the company the opportunity to expand or to locate to a facility and create the jobs. This is a program where capacity building is not eligible. We'll talk about capacity building in a bit, but there have to be jobs created as a result of the Employment Incentive Program. So a couple of examples here, and I'm hoping to give a little bit of differentiation between the programs so you can see different parts of the state benefiting as well as different activities associated with it. In Alma, Alma PAC, we had some water and sewer improvements very recently. That was to allow the facility to, I think it was expand. Yes, it was an expansion. Didn't want to misspeak there, but definitely a benefit to the Alma area. It's agribusiness, so that's vitally important to the state. So we've got job creation, we've got a strategic industry there, so a great project all the way around. In Berrien County, we were able to do a machinery and equipment loan to Coyote Manufacturing. Because we can't make a grant to the company, we were able to make a grant to the community, who in turn loaned it to the company through the authority. That's a way that we can keep everything above board, but it solves the problem that is existing within that community, within that company, so that the Coyote Manufacturing could create the jobs that were associated with that. Those loan funds can be repaid back to DCA or establish a revolving loan fund within the community that is administered by the community. All the federal strings remain with those funds, though. Some communities choose to to establish a revolving loan fund, some don't. It's completely at their discretion. And then at Hart County, Lake Foods in the food processing, they needed an on-site wastewater treatment facility, so we were able to come in and help with that project. I know the regional commission who worked on that project is in the room here, and that was good for Hart County and good for the Northeast Georgia region. On the redevelopment fund side of things, that's the second of these set-asides that DCA has that can benefit communities, specifically addressing slum and blighting conditions. That's one of those other national objectives that I mentioned, and many times within a community, those redevelopment efforts are far more challenging than coming from the ground up. And quite honestly, they take a lot of thought, and deal structuring comes into play here. Some examples recently, Clarksville. We had some redevelopment funds that went to Clarksville. Many of you know, Representative Rogers, terrible fire a couple of years ago in the downtown area. It took out several buildings and a huge hit to the community. We were not the only entity that came to the table, but we were able to come in with some of these funds, and I was able to be up there a couple of months ago whenever they dedicated the park downtown and the new facility, and it looks absolutely fantastic. It's been one piece of the puzzle that has allowed the community to kind of see a rebirth. It's going to definitely help the downtown area. There was some residential there. There was some retail, some space yet to be determined, restaurant space, and that's a perfect example of what can happen whenever resources are utilized. Number of different entities around the state. I know the Institute of Government was involved. I know USDA was involved, and that's what I was referring to a few moments ago whenever I mentioned the deal structuring element to this equation. Many times we see communities not know where to turn, and our regional team that's out on the ground is intended to be that first line of defense. They're going to be the ones that point people to resources within and without DCA so that they can tap into what is available, what makes a lot of sense, and achieves the goals that the community has. In Luthersville, if I'm remembering this project correctly, there was a bank building downtown that was a blighting influence, and the community came into us and they wanted to stabilize and renovate that facility. And in the future, at this time, I don't think there's a defined use of the building, but it's going to be something consistent with the CDBG required elements. One Georgia. This is probably the most flexible tool that we have. It doesn't come with federal requirements, and we thank you. It's a program that does a number of different things that we can't do with the federal funds. Like you see up there, capacity building is eligible, and it's part of the program's purpose. From the beginning, it was talked of as a capacity building program. So it's a program that we can tap into and reach out to all parts of rural Georgia in order to help them develop that industrial park, get water and sewer speculatively to this area that they're trying to show. And we're also able to do some flexible things here. Bainbridge, Decatur County is one example. Douglas, Coffee County, Union County, they've all used One Georgia funds to construct spec buildings, and we've structured that as a loan. They are going to either sell that building, reduce the cost of it, or whatever the case may be. But through these funds, we've been able to creatively structure a deal where they have a deferred payment on this, and if they sell it before this payment period starts, then of course they would make the repayment at that point in time. If they lease it out, they can start making the lease payments. Or we've got this period where the payments are deferred, and it gives the community time to set up the financing mechanisms that they may need to service that debt. Jefferson County, a recent award that we made was infrastructure to Phase 3 of Airport Industrial Park. Water, sewer, and I believe roads were involved in that project. So the tool here is very flexible. We can do a lot of different things with it, and at the end of the day, we're hoping to achieve something that allows rural Georgia to position themselves in a spot where they can attract the investment and the jobs created by the private sector. Reba and Edge. This is where we partner with the Department of Economic Development extensively. It's a discretionary deal closing tool, and it gets into multi-state competition there. These are really the projects that get the front page of the newspaper. They make the 6 o'clock news in Atlanta and the local stations throughout the rest of the state as well. Two particular projects that have gone to rural parts of the state recently: Bryan County, the Caesarstone project. I was told earlier this week, and I believe the information was correct, we're beginning the closeout process for that project that's over near the coast very soon. Construction of this facility that you see, large number of jobs, significant amount of private investment was involved. And then you go to the other corner of the state, and you've got Walker County and Audia Plastics as well. So these funds are definitely able to be utilized across the state. Whenever we're dealing with multi-state competition, we work hand in hand with the Department of Economic Development on these. It's a great partnership, and we appreciate being able to facilitate these things with them. In small towns, in rural Georgia, tax credits can be a big deal, specifically for the Tier 1 communities. And we've got 71 Tier 1 communities. We'll look at the difference between 71 and what is known as the bottom 40. The 40 that, whenever you factor in your per capita income, your poverty, your unemployment rates, that are the most challenged across the state, those 40 have some extra benefits that are afforded to them to kind of offer some assistance. The Tier 1 tax credits you can see described here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about this, but I'm going to flip back and forth between this slide and the next slide. I mentioned the Tier 1 counties. There are 71 of them. The bottom 40, which will be the next slide, if you look at this, you see a couple of differences there at the top. Between the defined business enterprises, that's your manufacturing, your warehousing, distribution, your telecommunications, those type that are statutorily prescribed, versus any lawful business. And the job threshold is at 2. 2 jobs created to be able to qualify for these. When we skip over it, these are what are classified as the bottom 40 at present. Hopefully you can read those. These are reevaluated each December. And what we do is we take the latest stats from the entities that produce them in regards to those criteria that I mentioned earlier. We re-rack those, and before the end of the year, we send out a statement to all of the contacts that we have at city government, county government, development authorities, chambers of commerce, legislators, et cetera. You typically get this the last week or two of December, and we re-rack these on an annual basis as is prescribed by statute. And those are the benefits there. Another element that transcends the bottom 40, if you're in another tier and you have the potential to qualify for the less developed census tract, there are some criteria associated with that, and it gets to 10 continuous census tracts with challenging demographics in relation to that number 71 county. You do get the benefit of going down to 5 jobs being created in order to take advantage of the tax credits. $3,500 a job, but no joint development authority bonus. But if you are in a higher tier classification, these could be significant for you. There is also the opportunity, if you experience significant job decreases in the community, to get a temporary less developed census tract designation as a result of those losses. It's going to be discussed a little bit later, I believe, when we're talking about the State Small Business Credit Initiative. This is a program that DCA brought out in about 2012. It came out of the Small Business Jobs Act of 2010 in Congress. There was a push to get resources out so that access to credit was available to small businesses. We have just come out from U.S. Treasury oversight of this program as of March 31st, so we lose a little bit of the federal red tape that accompanies this, and we were able to modify the program so that it meets the needs of Georgia and meets the needs of the businesses that are trying to get this credit. 2 programs now, as opposed to the 4 that we had previously. A credit guarantee program where we're guaranteeing up to 50% of that loan, and a loan participation where we are an active part of the loan. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're running short on time, and I want
sorry.
to have enough time for some questions. So can I ask you
Yes, sir.
about the tier program? Anecdotally, we hear from a lot of communities that even though this is well-intentioned and they don't necessarily want to do away with it unless there's a substitute that's going to benefit rural or underdeveloped counties, but they just really don't feel like that, that it's a deciding factor that people say, gosh, I want to go to a tier 1 county because I'm going to get all these tax credits, as opposed to I want to go where I want to go. Do you see that? And if we wanted to incentivize job creation in rural Georgia, how do we do that and get away from the tier system?
Sure. I can tell you that whenever I referenced the Caterpillar project earlier, when we were working that project, we were dealing with a tier 4 beside a tier 1 county, and the facility is straddling the county lines. In that particular instance, it's absolutely made a difference between the credits as to how we structured that project. But to that end, I hear the same thing that you hear, that some communities feel it's not as beneficial as they would like it to be. And I would agree that they don't want it thrown out without some kind of replacement that suits the state better. The best answer I can give to that is whenever a company locates in one of those communities, it absolutely is important to them. It may not be the deciding factor. It may not be, hey, I want to go here as opposed to over here. But if they qualify for the credits, it is a big deal. And depending on what tier status they are, that can be some significant money that affects their bottom line. I wish I had a better answer as to what could be the silver bullet, what could help us make sure that we're benefiting all of the state as best we can. But we have the author or the direction from the General Assembly, use these criteria, do this on an annual basis, and that's what we're trying to do. I think there is a lot of validity to the point, though, that communities don't see it as beneficial as intended. Whether that's actual or anecdotal, I don't know the answer to that. I've rambled a lot there and probably not answered your question, but it's a very difficult question, and you'll find folks on different sides of the issue throughout the state.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the first things that I wrote down is 75 programs. Now that's a boatload of programs, I'll be honest with you. I have 3 kids and I can't hardly remember their names or birthdays at times, and 75 seems to be a goodly number. One of my concerns, and I would it's an educational answer to the question I'm fixing to ask, I'm quite sure. Could possibly one of the reasons that some of our rural communities are not fully utilizing some of the resources that we have at the state with 75 programs is they just don't know about it. When we look at education in the state, the educator system, and we've looked at different ways of doling out the money that we provide to education through the years, and under the QBE, there's tremendous resistance. And one of the reasons is some of the administrators are very effective at understanding the money flows.
Sure.
And some of the better school systems have exceedingly good administrators that can tell you how they need to, the number of students in their classes, so they will maximize the resources that come to their system. Could one of the reasons that some of our rural communities, Tallafair is not, it's pretty small, and might not know all of those.
Let me help my South Georgia friend there. It's not Tallafair, it's Tolliver.
Okay.
Okay. I just, yeah. See, I'm from
Thank
Winder,
you, sir.
it's pronounced Winder.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
Right next to Brazelton, it's pronounced
Thank you for that.
Brazelton.
Thank you for that. The 1,180 people that live there will be very proud for you to correct me on that. Thank you, sir. It's different Mississippi. And that's one of the concerns I have, is in small communities, 75 programs, and they have one person. Some of the other communities are better able to utilize resources, manpower, to know these programs. I'm not going to say job the system, but they can effectively leverage their physical manpower to better utilize our resources.
Agree wholeheartedly. That is one of the things that we constantly hear, and I put that on one of the first slides, that communities are constantly saying, what resources are out there? What can I tap into? And one of the things that I would definitely say is that our field team does an incredible job reaching out to the communities. That's not going to get each community empowered to take advantage of these. One of the things that we have seen is that where there is effective leadership, and I'm going to use a little L leadership here, not talking about any specific position within the community. When there is effective leadership in the community, they are going to be reaching out into numerous programs that we have. For instance, our Downtown Development Revolving Loan Fund. Many times, the communities that we see businesses applying from are Main Street communities. Why is that? It's because there's that local champion on the ground within the community who is reaching out to the businesses and saying, hey, here is something that you could take advantage of. You're talking about having a funding gap to do what you need. Here is a resource that's available. I think a lot of it does boil down to who is on the ground, who is able to help the business, who is that local champion, who's that local leader.
In Webster County, I can pronounce that one. In Webster County,
They perhaps don't have the point person. And it's not one of my counties, and I can actually still pronounce it, but is your 12, the people that are staying in the districts that are living and working, they're working proactively and not just reactively?
Both.
Okay.
They are being proactive and reactive.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
One of the questions I had is kind of similar to the previous question. What is the, you talked about education to understand the possible programs. What is the process for educating communities to understand the possible programs that you have?
I think the best example is our Academy for Economic Development. Within that program, we try to reach out to each community, each county within the state to make sure that in each class we've got multiple participants. And that's an effort to expose them to resources that are available, programs that are available, and hopefully empower them to be the local champion. Whenever they hear or see businesses, community situations that have a need, that they're able to stand up and say, hey, wait a minute, I know about this resource or this program. So in effect, it is train someone to be the local leader, local champion for that. Then we take that and going back to both of these questions, our folks out in the field are going to a variety of meetings, whether that's the local Chamber of Commerce meeting or a Development Authority meeting or City Council meeting, County Commission meeting, and they are listening to issues that are affecting the community. They're also offering potential solutions to these folks. So we're trying to tackle that as best we can, but education is always going to be something that we continually try to stress and to emphasize.
Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you. I have a question. Of the total dollars that you have at your disposal for your loans or grants that are these 75 programs comprise, what percent are tied to federal dollars and federal regulations and guidelines, and what percent are fully just whatever at the state we decide?
Are you referring to the community and economic development funds, or are you including the housing element in that as well?
Well, for the small business finance, just the different tools that you have to.
I'm going to exclude housing from this, and I'm looking to the back for a little help. Do we have that stat in there?
Yeah, it's about $20 million that we get from the state that goes into various programs that help our local communities. And so about 80% of the funding that flows through DCA is coming from the federal government.
But of that 20 million, I assume much of that is tied to the federal program, and so therefore it has strings attached to it as to how you can spend it and what incentives it can go towards. Or is that 20 million?
Yes, that is true, because in our federal programs, we do a 50-50. We have federal funds for 50% and state funds for 50% to make up the total we have available to provide the community. So there are some strings on that 50-50 that we have to meet.
So if it's 20 million, you mentioned earlier one program that you said this is where we have a lot of leeway and we can decide. Is that the only program that we have that isn't tied? Because it's sort of back to what Representative Perkle was saying, you know, maybe our hands are tied on a lot of these dollars. How much do we have that we budget through Terry England that we have full discretion over?
We probably have, when you take all of our close to 20 to 30 million in the variety of programs.
The discretionary funds that we have that were provided through the state economic development programs, and specifically to One Georgia, range between $10 to $25 million a year, depending on what our appropriations are. And those are the ones that provide us with the most leeway.
Those are typically sort of banked so that as economic development and DCA are both working with prospects, they kind of earmark a percentage of that bank pot over here. And so as we go through the year and go through the years, as it is drawn down or used, then we try to backfill that pot, making sure that we've got what is needed or what is expected from year to year.
So it sounds like we don't really have that many dollars at the state level that we have full discretion over, even if you wanted to consolidate some of these programs, because they're all tied to federal programs that have their own requirements and politics that are decided in Washington.
Much of it is tied to Washington. What I will say is to help kind of navigate that, we've got a guide to services that's in the room, and we'll make sure that everybody around the table gets a copy of that so you can see all of our programs and how that funding can be utilized as well. We've also got the Economic Development Handbook that I think is going to be presented to you as well.
Trustee, I've got a little bit more esoteric question. A little bit more, yes. Look it up. I'll give you a spelling lesson later. One of the points that Commissioner Wilson made, which I think is valid, is that leadership is key to a successful economic development effort, especially in a rural county where you may be working from a disadvantage. But one of the things that I would hazard a guess that might be difficult, because we're talking about a unified effort, that there's no question that the person who is in charge of the chamber or the economic development efforts understands the importance of economic development. But a lot of times the elected leadership, because economic development is, I plant a seed today that may not bear fruit for 2 years or 3 years or 5 years, and they're struggling with balancing a budget and with keeping the hospital open and doing the 911 and funding the sheriff's department. And so they fail sometimes to see that it's important for them to devote their time and energy to that and to become educated and informed on it. How do we get past that? Because, you know, the Dublins of this world and the Stevens counties of this world are doing well, but it's because they all understand the importance of it, and they're all working together, and they're all informed about it. But sometimes when we're struggling just to keep the doors open, we don't really have the luxury of investing that kind of time and effort for something that's a long range. We're just trying to survive today. How do we get past that so that we can help these communities be successful?
It comes to the mindset. And I think you used the exact word that's appropriate here, and that's investment. It's an investment in the future. And you don't make the investment for tomorrow, you make the investment for what is down the road. Taking it from the vantage point of looking at what your potential return on investment can be is really the position I would say, and this is just me personally speaking, that it should be looked at from. The best funds that you can spend if you're a retailer in a recession is marketing. That's what everybody cuts out. Everybody cuts out their marketing whenever things start going south. If you're not making the effort at that point in time to get people into your establishment, you're going to suffer even further than you will if you make the investment. I think even when times are hardest, that's really when you can't let your foot off the gas and start reducing or eliminating those investments in the future.
Any other questions? Thank you for being here with us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now moving on sort of to the business finance piece of the puzzle and trying to figure out what we need to do or what is available or what the hurdles are for businesses in rural communities to get the financing and the capital that they need. And we're glad to have with us today Joe Brannon. He is the CEO of the Georgia Bankers Association, and he's got a lot of where to's and where to fors and all that sort of stuff on his resume. But needless to say, Joe has certainly been an asset at the Georgia Bankers Association through the years. And I think Brent, he might need a little help with a computer. We didn't say he was literate in computer. We just said he was literate in banking. But Joe has with him several individuals that are going to talk a little bit about the lending climate and business climate in rural areas. So, Joe, thank you for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Well, Chairman England and Chairman Powell and members of the council, thank you so much for allowing the Georgia Bankers Association to present to you today. As you said, my name is Joe Brannon. I've been president of the association for 37 years now. Elizabeth Chandler is with me. Elizabeth's our director of government relations. We've worked together 21 years. We are fortunate to represent a diversity of banks across the state. Virtually every bank is a member. We represent some of the smallest in the country and some of the largest in the world. They're all doing business here in Georgia. We have banks that are headquartered in virtually every county in Georgia, and we want to tell you some information about them. At your meeting in Tifton, y'all were given a lot of statistics about the challenges facing Georgians who choose to live in rural areas. I want to give you some statistics about the banks that are serving the state as a whole, but focus more on those banks serving those Georgians in rural markets. There's actually some good news that we're going to be sharing with you. After I give you this short background, I've got 3 community bankers here that are going to be talking to you about what they see in their markets. They're going to be pretty candid with you about what they're seeing. Some of the statistics I'm going to show you are banks that are actually headquartered here in Georgia. That's because that's the way it's all reported to the FDIC. We've got some additional data I'm going to share that's for banks that are not headquartered here, but are doing business in Georgia that I think is useful to the discussion. This chart shows those Georgia banks that are headquartered here. What this slide shows you is the vast majority of our banks are designated as community banks. By the name, it says it all. They do as well as that community does, and vice versa. When the community is not doing well, that community bank is not doing well. Let me give you a name and a face to think about. The median bank in Georgia, which means that half the banks in Georgia are larger, half the banks are smaller, is Waycross Bank and Trust. Representative Nimmer, you probably know these folks. They have 20 employees. They operate out of one location in downtown Waycross. They have $85 million in loans outstanding. Most of those loans are somehow tied to real estate and businesses and consumers. They'd like to have more loans than they've got. They've got a pretty large securities portfolio. They've been entrusted with $147 million in deposits from people in that community. They have strong capital and they're profitable. The picture at the bottom, that's Russell Bates. He's president of the bank. That's several of his colleagues at the bank. They're hosting a lunch in the bank lobby for some public school employees. You don't get more looking like a community bank than Waycross Bank and Trust. And you can probably think of some bankers in your own communities that look a lot like this bank. We look back 20 years because y'all had some data in Tifton that talked about the changes in our state, what we look like today compared to what we did look like. We went back 20 years. That was 1996 was the year that the Georgia General Assembly and Congress changed laws on where you can do business, did away with the place restrictions. We had 399 banks operating in Georgia with $76 billion in deposits. Today, that number has shrunk to 237, but our deposits have grown by 195%. Georgia is a much bigger state. Talk about the decline in number of banks. That's nothing unusual in Georgia. We've seen that across the country as well. In Georgia, in the southeast, we've got more banks doing business in Georgia than any other state in the southeast. But I mentioned restrictions were taken away on who can do business here. This is an interesting chart to me. This shows you the banks that are doing business in Georgia and where these banks are headquartered. We are an attractive state to do business. We're the number one state to do business. In my opinion, we were the number one state to do banking, primarily because of work that you and your predecessors have done to make sure we've got the strongest banking laws of any state in the country. Throw this out just for information. Those 45 banks that are not headquartered here, that are chartered in one of those other colored states, right now, about 46% of the total deposits in the state are entrusted with those institutions. So we look very different than we did in 1996. We call 1996 the year before Amazon. A lot has changed in our state and our country since Amazon was created. The banking industry is no different. Moving on to the health of the industry. Again, we reflect the state. We reflect the prosperity of our state. We reflect the prosperity of our communities. As a whole, our performance numbers are good. Our deposits are up. Our loan volume is up. And at the same time, our problem loans are down. In fact, we're below the national average in problem loans. Those are good trends we're seeing, and they're trends we think we will see for some time. You ask us to present about loans, because that's the recycling. Our job is to recycle those local deposits in communities in the form of loans. These are statewide numbers. Georgia is a real estate-centric state. The vast majority of our loans are somehow tied to real estate. $114 billion of loans are made related to real estate. Some of those have a business purpose, but they're categorized as real estate loans. On the non-real estate loans, not much lower than real estate, $103 billion, $225 billion total in loans in Georgia. Lots of activities. You've heard the expression, follow the money. Well, that certainly applies to where banks are able to have offices. I'm going to show you a series of slides that shows the direct link between population, you've heard lots of people talking about population in our counties, and the number of banks serving that county. And that's tied to the potential for loan and deposits in those communities. This chart shows the counties in Georgia that have one or two banks serving those counties. Those are predominantly, universally, small population rural counties. This chart adds in the darker blue those counties that have 3 or 4 banks serving their markets. Again, mostly smaller, fairly rural markets. This chart adds, in the green, it adds 5 counties with 5 to 7 banks serving their communities. You'll see population, you'll see the regional, you talked about regionalism, Chairman Powell, you'll see those regional population centers beginning to make a difference by the numbers of institutions serving them. The lighter green adds those big counties that really are the home county for those population centers. They have 8 to 12 banks serving those counties. Regional centers like Albany, Statesboro, Dublin, Macon, Augusta, and the Northwest Corridor up around Rome and Dalton are examples of where that kind of activity is most prevalent. And then I added in red the large counties, the metropolitan counties. Those counties have 13 or more banks serving the market. Again, the only point to show you that is to show you the direct link between the opportunities that our industry has to serve a market is based on the population in that market. So if economic activity is reflective of bank offices, and tracks populations as we've shown you, then trade areas rather than county boundaries are probably something that we all ought to be thinking about. But since what we've got is county data, that's what we're showing you. We decided to then go down to those of you that are actually on the council, those 15 of you that are actually council members. We took your counties, and I'm going to show you some information about your counties and what's happened over those 20 years. For those of you that are serving as ex officio members on the council, if you want your information for your county, I'll be happy to get that for you. This is a detailed slide, and it's on the website for your meeting. This first chart just shows the change in the number of banks serving your counties. 8 of you saw a combined 41 new banks come into your counties, opening, and 5 of them had 26 new offices. On the flip side, 4 of you had 6 fewer banks with 18 fewer offices since 1996. Deposits. We use deposits as a proxy for the wealth of a community. This is an interesting number to us. All but one of you actually saw growth in deposits in your communities, in your counties. The low was 26%, the high was 164%. However, compared to statewide growth, not one of you matched that. No surprise, but not one of you matched it. The close, Chairman England, was you with 85% of the statewide average. And then loan data. This is estimated. Whoops, let me go back. I don't know how to do that. Let me go back. All right. Can you go back? Up? Awesome. Loan data. We don't report loan data by county. This is estimated. We got an expert to help us with this. One other thing, we think this is obviously going to be underreported because folks don't respect county borders in deciding where they go get a loan. These loans are reported by the banks that are serving those counties. So these numbers are somewhat underreported. You'll see that nine of your counties actually exceed the statewide average of 60%. 66% of all the deposits statewide are loaned out in the form of loans. So the job that bankers are doing is taking those deposits, loaning them out. Statewide average is 66%. 9 of your counties actually exceed that. Some of you don't. Some of you are below it, and some of you are below it by a lot. What does that tell us? That tells us the snapshot of Georgia is that we are doing okay as a state. The banking industry, as a reflection of the communities we serve, is doing well. There's reason for optimism because of that data I showed you. There's reason for concern. Exactly why you're doing the job you're doing. Tuck this away. This is just data. Tuck this away. I want you to see some bankers and hear from some bankers that are making a real difference in rural Georgia. We've asked 3 bankers to come and speak to you. They're from this part of sort of east and northeast Georgia. Jackson McConnell is Chairman, President, and CEO of Pinnacle Bank. He'll be up first. Ken Bibb is President of the George D. Worthen Bank. Jackson's bank was established in 1934, been around a while. Ken's bank is the oldest bank in Georgia. Started business January 1, 1871. And our third banker is Bill Thompson with Queensboro National Bank in Louisville, established in 1902. They're going to talk to you about what they're seeing in their communities, the way they're being able to make loans to small businesses primarily, and any obstacles they see there. So thank you for letting us present to you. First up is Jackson McConnell.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thank you for listening to us talk about banking today. As Joe mentioned, my name is Jackson McConnell. I'm president and CEO of Pinnacle Bank in Elberton. Pinnacle has 16 branch offices in 11 counties, most of which is rural. We are in Gainesville, Athens, and Covington, but other than that, it's all small rural towns. Most of our lending is to small businesses in one form or another. We have a $600 million loan portfolio. At least 2/3 of that is small business lending. You'll find in our portfolio manufacturing companies, wholesale companies, retailers, agribusiness, you name it. If it's typical of a small town or a small community, we've got it in our loan portfolio. One thing that's particularly unique to Pinnacle is that because of where we're located and where we do business, this is poultry country, and we do have a large concentration in poultry lending and agribusiness related to poultry. And at least at one time, and I think this is still true, Pinnacle was the largest private lender to the poultry industry certainly in North Georgia, but possibly in Georgia. We actively seek out business loans. I mean, it's our primary marketing objective, and I think that's pretty typical for most community banks in Georgia that I'm familiar with. And the competition for those loans is fierce. Every deal we do has other banks bidding on it, and there's a lot of interest and a lot of effort put into trying to attract small business loans. And consequently, small businesses have great access to funding from banks. I think that's one of the things as an industry that we've done a very good job at, and that is providing funding to those small businesses. But also, we are a small business. And so the things that are important to our communities and to our clients are also important to us. And, those things are the things we've talked about today. So it's workforce development and transportation and health care, and all of those things you've already heard are important to us as a small business. Some of the things that we're doing to increase our lending to small business and to partner with the local economic development efforts, I was thinking prior to coming up here and listening to some other people present that we've been involved with some fairly creative transactions through development authorities and local municipalities to try to boost the economic development efforts in our community for the smaller industrial projects and the large commercial projects, and those have been in Elbert and Hart County manufacturing jobs or projects. Walton County, we did a health care project. We've done an educational project in Franklin County, and several others in Jackson County. So I think everywhere we operate, we try to do what we can to help our communities grow and bring in new business and new jobs. I did also want to mention to you and particularly point out the Department of Community Affairs program, the Georgia State Small Business Credit Initiative, and the Commissioner already mentioned this, and he and I talked at the break about it. But I want to tell you that we use both the programs he mentioned, the guarantee program and the direct lending program. We use it quite often, and it is a great program. The DCA has a fantastic staff. They're very professional, very helpful, and the process is very straightforward and it's easy to use. And for a small business, a startup business, or any small business that needs just that little extra bit of credit enhancement, it's a fantastic program. And where possible, we do it first rather than trying to seek out SBA or USDA. Although we do use those as well. And as a matter of fact, in this community this year, we helped facilitate a USDA loan that resulted in the creation of up to 20 new jobs and saving 40 others. So it was a significant transaction and a great opportunity for us, and it was enhanced by one of these assistance programs to help make it work. We also do products that are tailored to specific situations. So it might have an asset-based lending program for working capital, or for equipment financing, we have a leasing program. So we try to tailor our products to the specific situation that is there in front of us with that small business. And I think that's representative of what all community banks do. I think Pinnacle is as an example of what most of the other banks are trying to do to help our businesses and our communities thrive. So in closing of my comments, I wanted to say thank you for having this council and for putting the work into it and to listening to us and the communities to try to figure out what we can do to help make these rural communities stronger. In preparation for coming here, I asked several of my business clients their opinion about what they see and what's going on in their business and what their concerns are. And I heard workforce. Basically, I need somebody who can come to work and pass a drug test. I heard health care, education, transportation, regulation, and taxation. And I would expect those are exactly the things that are on your mind. So, and it's what we've heard today. But thank you for listening to me. And Ken, I think you're next.
Thank you, Jackson. I just want to reiterate what Jackson and Joe both said. Thank you for allowing us to be here today and share our banking stories and how we operate in our communities to create and small business loans. I'm Ken Bibb from Sandersville, as it was mentioned earlier, and I'm president of the George D. Worthen Bank, which was founded in 1871. And as Joe said, we're the oldest bank in the state and still owned by the same family. We're a typical small-town community bank. We have 36 employees and one location. Our total assets are $170 million. Our total loans are $116 million. And of those loans, $67 million is in real estate, $25 million in business loans, and $22 million in consumer loans. A lot like Waycross Bank and Trust. We serve a community. Washington County is about 20,000 people and represented by Mac Jackson, and glad he's here today and part of this council. Washington County is known as the kaolin capital of the world. However, the kaolin industry is a matured industry and is heavily tied to the paper industry, and this has required the kaolin industry to consolidate and downsize. Washington County has focused on industry diversification in the past several years and had some success, but minimal success. The current unemployment rate in Washington County is 6.5%, compared to the state unemployment rate of about 5%. Washington County currently has 4 banks, 3 community banks, and Wells Fargo, who has a branch there. So as you know, the community banks are heavily involved in economic development and small business lending in our community. And as a small town bank, our business customers are anywhere from an auto repair shop or a construction company with $60 million in sales. The banks in our community have also been innovative, like Jackson was describing, in economic development arena by providing direct financing along with the county, with over $10 million used to build facilities associated with a successful location of 3 companies that created approximately 350 jobs. And when I say direct financing, we provided private placement bonds that were backed by our county to build those facilities for these companies. I tell you all this just to affirm what you already know, that community banks are very involved and are the economic drivers in their communities. Small businesses value community banks' ability to understand their business and the special nuances associated with them. Many of them don't fit in the box and require understanding of what I call soft knowledge in the business plan, like actually knowing the borrower and understanding the business and the area where it's located. Because of that, startup businesses and small businesses are more likely to get a loan approved by a community bank rather than a big regional bank. Again, you already know all this, and as our state legislators, you've done a great job supporting the banking industry in our state, and most regulatory burden comes from the federal level. However, many times small businesses need access to resources to help start or expand their business. So I want to just take a moment to recognize, just like Jackson did earlier, other resources like the CSRA Business Lending Center out of Augusta, which facilitates SBA and 504 loan programs. These programs allow us to make loans we wouldn't ordinarily be able to make. In our community, there's a daycare center, there's a nursing home, and there's a hotel that would normally not be there if it weren't for these programs and the SBA and 504 program. Another vital resource for startups and small businesses is the Small Business Development Center through the University of Georgia. We use this resource a lot. Our bank constantly refers startups and existing businesses to them. They provide feasibility studies, business plans, and a host of other services that startups and small businesses need. And finally, just like we've heard, is workforce development. Investment in vocational training, skill-based training that is provided through technical colleges like the one we're here in today. Your support of these resources are invaluable to the small business that are looking to locate in rural areas. That's our story, and again, I just want to take the time to thank you for allowing us to be here today. I'll turn it over to Bill.
To the co-chairs and the panelists, we want to thank you for allowing us to be here to address some very important issues. Joe had contacted all of us, I guess, a couple of weeks ago to prepare some comments for this, and maybe what just happened to me never happens to you all, but I was out there waiting and hearing the interesting comments that others have made, and it occurred to me that I'm here to tell you something I know that you don't know. And if that's the case, my comments need to be very brief, and I need to stick to banking for the most part because you are heavily entrenched in your communities, and I wouldn't begin to tell you the solutions or all of the issues that you're up against, but I will raise a few things about banking and what we see. But I hope you know as I do this, there's no presumption on my part to say we know the answers to these issues. But I will tell you a few things about myself and about our bank and what we see in our communities. First of all, my wife and I are products of rural Georgia. My wife grew up in Ocilla, and I grew up in Statesboro. We both left those communities in 1977. Georgia Southern was 6,000 students. I think it's 22,000 today. When we go home to see families, it's a tale of two cities. Statesboro is thriving, and Ocilla is on the decline. So I see that dichotomy every time we visit our hometowns. We have lived in Augusta for 23 years, and I started with Queensboro about 9 years ago. Queensboro is a little over $1 billion in assets, and one of the interesting things and probably surprising things is that Queensboro is the largest national bank headquartered in the state of Georgia. Now, there are larger banks in Georgia. There are larger national banks in the state of Georgia, but we are the largest national bank headquartered in Georgia. And the reason I mention that is because in 2008, 2009, 2010, Georgia was the epicenter of bank failures in the country. And I think, Joe, you'll confirm that from your data. And we are regulated by the OCC, the Office Comptroller of the Currency. And we went from a good relationship with our regulators to a really difficult relationship. The Atlanta office of the OCC was basically discredited because of the number of bank failures in Georgia. We came under tremendous regulation during that time, and you might expect for me to say that we weren't able to help small businesses for several years because of that heavy regulation. That's not what I'm going to tell you. We were able, like my colleagues here, we were able to continue to lend to small businesses and take care of our customers. I know there's a perception that banks can't do that anymore, but that's just not the case. Those are good opportunities, and we've been able to take advantage of those even in the toughest of times. Not because we're any better or worse than anybody else, it's just because regulations haven't hampered our ability to help small businesses. Our bank has 3 distinct regions, geographic regions. We have 7 offices in Augusta. It's our largest market. We have 4 offices in Savannah, and we have 14 of our 25 offices in rural communities. This is Millen, Thompson, Sylvania, and the like, but 14 of our 25 offices are in rural communities. While our small town offices are staffed with at least 1 commercial lender in each office, I will tell you it's tougher to find opportunities there, not because we're not looking for those opportunities, but just because the economic growth is not the same in those communities as it is in Augusta and Savannah. That being said, we do have a number of successes, and I could go through quite a few of these, but I'll just mention 4. Just in the last couple of years, we financed a pellet wood processing facility in Emmanuel County. Much of those products go to the UK, where they use wood pellets for heating. We financed a metal fabrication business in Jefferson County. We used SBA 7A financing for that particular situation. We financed a number of health clinics, the East Georgia health clinics in particular, in several different communities in our rural markets. And we've been able to work with Candler County to finance the hospital there. I will tell you, we couldn't do that if the county hadn't allocated the tax millage to that financing. As you know, that hospital, like many, is bleeding red ink right now. So in summary, banks like ours are very interested in making small business loans. We're not impeded from that. Certainly there's more documentation to do that today than there was 10 years ago, but it hasn't really stopped us from being able to help our communities, and I'm sure is true of most all of our community banks. Where we see opportunities and challenges, and please understand I'm speaking at this from the 40,000 foot level, not from the 500 foot level like you are, and much more aware of these situations. But first of all, I'll tell you that agriculture is a great industry for the state of Georgia. We see that in our bank. We're in Augusta and Savannah, but 15 to 20% of our loan portfolio is in agriculture. And when the downturn hit in 2009 through 2013, our agricultural portfolio performed extremely well when the rest of the loan portfolio was suffering. So anything we can do to continue to be creative and supportive of agriculture in our state is only going to be a benefit. The biggest challenge we see in our rural markets is lack of health care. Virtually every county that we're in the rural part of the state is struggling with their county hospital. I bring that point up. I don't have any great solutions, but I know there's some wonderful minds around the state who are dedicated to this. I don't see you growing a community without the ability to deliver health care to your citizens. So it's a huge challenge, and I just mentioned that because it is in front of us every day with our rural markets. And then finally, I want to just encourage you to continue to support, if not expand your support, to the small business programs that University of Georgia and Georgia Tech provide. Georgia Tech helps a lot of small manufacturers with logistical issues. I will just tell you, we get tremendous support from UGA Small Business Development Center. If you get Georgia Trend magazine, you'll read about one of our customers, Lanier's Meat Market, that was just helped by that SBDC. This was a guy who had a kind of a wholesale meat market, decided to go retail. He sat down, developed a business plan with UGA, and he exceeded his projections by 300%. And he would be the first to tell you, as he does in the Georgia Trend article, that he wouldn't be successful without the business plan that they helped him develop. So again, we commend you for what you all do. Certainly we benefit from the great work that the legislature does in Georgia, and want to continue to try to help the state any way we can. Thank you.
That's all we got, unless you got questions.
Other questions?
I got a couple questions for you. Been in the banking industry.
Darlene, put that microphone on.
Been in the banking industry for 12 years. I went through the good and the bad and the ugly. The OCC, do you see anything that, have they kind of backed off the requirements? I know, after banks failed and stuff, they got a little stricter, and FDIC did too. Do you see anything that the OCC is doing that's hindering y'all, or anything that we can do to help on that extent of it?
If you would let us clone you and take you to Washington and just put you there, that's what we need. I mean, seriously, the difference is just, and I'm not shilling you guys. The difference is just so dramatic. It's just, you understand, Georgia legislature has understood you need to get out of the way of business, let people take chances on people. You just give us a chance to take chances on people. Washington's just the opposite. We want very prescriptive. We want to tell you how to make a loan to a small business person. We're fussing about how you report small. They want us to start reporting small business loans as if they all look alike. You can't do that. It's a tough issue. Focus on what y'all can do. What y'all can do is continue to provide the kind of support you've given to the market, to those in the private sector that are recycling those deposits in the communities. We could not ask for more than what you've already done.
Other questions? Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot about the small business loans, but is there anything we as a state can do to help these young couples get into affordable housing and qualify for loans for the affordable housing?
Let me mention one thing first, and that is a federal issue too. It is very difficult. We're making progress on that because, again, they don't fit all the boxes. They may not have enough money. They may not have the W-2s to show they can repay those loans. But let me get a volunteer, one of these bankers, to come up here. And you can do it. This is one of my heroes, Ken. You've heard of the kinds of loans that they come to every couple of years. You got to figure out what if they don't renew it. Well, he decided to go against the grain of that and was one of the first bankers that said, "Look, we're going to figure out how to make a mortgage loan in a small town that nobody else can figure out," and he did it. So why don't you talk about how you make it work?
All right. We do have a program that's an in-house program that's most of you are probably used to the term balloon note, but we have what's called a 5-year adjustable note that's done in-house. It gives the consumers some rate protection with their rate increases, so you're just not wide open to the market, whatever that happens to be on a balloon note, and it allows us to do a lot of customers and a lot of those young people that don't fit the box. However, I will tell you, it still is, because of the federal regulations, it's a mammoth amount of work, and it used to be that any one of our loan officers could throw in a real estate loan with their other work during the day and maybe close 1 or 2 during the day. Now, that is such a drawn-out process. We have 2 people that devote their full time to that. alone. So the cost of those are so much more expensive. Again, that's all at the federal level, but we do have, and we have shared this program with our peers, and for them to adapt if they want to, and if it's not in your market, we're glad to talk about it.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not in the form of a question, but I just want to say thank you to Ken and George D. Worthing Bank and to Bill and Queensboro Bank for the great work that you do in our communities, both Jefferson County and Washington County. I personally know of the work that's done by George D. Worthing Bank. Been a customer there for years, and it's an awesome asset to the county of Washington County and Queensboro to Jefferson County. So thank you for the great work that you do.
Thank you all. Our next presenter is Walt Farrell from Georgia Power and Pat Merritt from the EMCs and Lonnie Smallwood from Electric Cities.
Mr. Chairman, members of council, thank you guys so much for having us today. Lonnie Smallwood and Pat Merritt, if you guys actually wouldn't mind going ahead and come up here, we'll kind of introduce everybody at the same time. The three of us here today are members of the electric utilities here in the state. I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves, and then we're going to talk to you a little bit about economic development.
Hi, I'm Lonnie Smallwood. I'm a Senior Industrial Project Manager with Electric Cities of Georgia. My main charge, obviously, is to look out for the interests in economic development for the 52 ECG cities that own their own electric utilities. As a strategy, we work statewide economic development. We will show any community. Because if you're a company coming in to the state of Georgia, you want to see the best of Georgia, no matter who I might personally represent. It's been a strategy that's worked for us, obviously, as we have definitely won our share of projects and helped our partners win their share as well.
Good afternoon. I'm Pat Merritt. I'm Vice President of Community and Economic Development for Georgia Electric Membership Corporation. We represent 41 electric cooperatives located throughout the state, covering about 75% of the state's land mass and about half the state's population. And we, like Lonnie, represent the interests of our electric cooperatives, and all of us are up here because we all want to see Georgia grow. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Walt Farrell. I work with Georgia Power on our economic development team. We've got about 5 statewide business recruitment directors. I'm the team leader on that team, and then we also have a team of community developers that are out in the communities helping grow relationships, build upon the things that the communities around the state are doing. I'd like to start out by saying that Commissioner Wilson stole 95 to 97% of what we're going to talk about today. So some of this may be a little bit of repeat. The number one question that we get asked as economic developers of utility companies, and our good friends at AGL and family members at AGL get asked the same question: why would a utility company be involved in economic development? You know, from a Georgia Power standpoint, we got involved in economic development 80 plus years ago when the president of our company came together with our leadership and the state leadership and said, you know, we need to be a part of growing Georgia, a part of bringing jobs and capital investment to Georgia. He got a group together of the state leadership and actually went to New York City and called on heads of industry. And that was really the birth and the start of our economic development program, to say, how can we be involved with what the governor's office is doing, with what the legislature is doing in terms of growing jobs and investment in the state. And that's what we want to do. We want to be a part of that growth. One of the things that's been talked about all day is partnership, regionalism. How can communities around the state make sure that their leadership is in a good position to be ready for a client when a client actually comes and visits that community? How can a development authority make sure that their leadership is up to speed, gets along, understands the kinds of questions and concerns and issues that a company might have when they come to that community? And then how do they interplay with the State Department of Economic Development, with the Department of Community Affairs, with the Department of Revenue, all of these state organizations that are also working to attract business? How locally can we communicate better as communities with those statewide organizations? And then how can, at a community level, how can we partner with private industry, with the private sector, to try to strengthen relationships with real estate brokers in our community? Let's say a real estate broker is showing an industrial building or industrial piece of property in your community. It's incumbent upon you as a community to know that industrial broker, create a great relationship so that you as a community can work on cultivating then that relationship with the company. And the same with the banking community, making sure that communities are closely tied into their local banks and understand how those banks can support new business to the community. So just a little bit about our structure, how we have found success in the economic development role. We have, in selling any product, you have to have a product to sell. I have a boss who used to talk about, if you're going to sell Fords, you need to have a Ford in the showroom. You can't go out there and sell something that you're not showing people. And so we have the community development piece within our organization, and that the other two utilities have the same thing, where we've got community development managers that are around the state. They're working with local development authorities, doing leadership training, helping new folks that come into a leadership role understand the economic development process if they don't have any experience with that prior to, helping communities understand and strategically put down on paper what their assets are. You may have grown up in a community and think you know what the assets of the community are, but maybe haven't looked at it through the lens of a company that's just coming to that community for the first time. We work on developing strategic initiatives for communities, so that communities sort of communities can work together to understand where they want to go and how they want to get there. And a lot of what we do is really facilitating the communities who are developing these strategies on their own. And then you have the economic development piece, what we call statewide economic development, and that's a lot of what the team I work on does. We're actually going out and becoming a multiplier effect for your community. So we are both working nationally and internationally to go recruit new business to the state, companies that are currently operating in unfavorable tax climates, operating in places where they can't hire the right types of employees for the jobs they're hiring, and trying to tell those companies the assets and attributes that the state has. I think Pat touched on this earlier today, but as utility organizations and in supporting of what the governor is trying to do and attract new business, we are 100% on board with the strategic industries that the state has identified as target industries. I was kind of looking through this list and thinking about how it pertains to rural Georgia. There are some of these things you might look at on the list and say, that doesn't really make sense for rural Georgia, or would we ever have an opportunity at a headquarters or a corporate function type operation in our community? But I also think that list is pretty short. Out of these, aerospace, agribusiness, automotive, food processing, energy intensive manufacturing, those are all traditional industries that do not necessarily have locational drivers. They need to be where workforce is available. They need to be in areas that they can get to their customers and that their suppliers can get to them. And that doesn't always have to be on an interstate or next to a major MSA. And so, as a rural community, if you're thinking about what types of industries can we go after, I think looking at these target industries is a good start. You already have money, dollars, and money and dollars, same thing. You already have money and individuals that are focused on going after these industries. Why not go ahead and capitalize on that, and also have a plan of what types of industries that you want to try to attract. I think it's really important when talking with companies to have a plan. When you're talking with a site selection consultant or an industrial broker, and they say, I haven't been to your community. What types of businesses are you trying to attract? And in our opinion, one of the worst things you can say is anything you got, because that doesn't give them any direction for when they're working with a client. One of the best things you can say is, we're a community that has a lot of assets in the aerospace industry. Our technical college has an aeronautical program. That's something we're trying to highlight. Let me tell you more about it. You have a plan. You've got a strategy in place to attract that type of business. Real quickly, a lot of you guys know this information very well. These are some of the strategic things that we're selling to our constituents, which I mentioned before. That's site selection consultants. Those are consultants that work for the large accounting firms, the large national accounting firms. Those are boutique firm consultants that specifically focus on working with companies and helping them relocate their business to new locations. It is a small group of individuals that we are working on and continuing to work on relationships with those individuals so that we're strategically positioned when they have a company that's looking at the state. Some of the things that makes the state really strong that we hear consistent feedback, fiscally strong, having a balanced budget. That is not something that's constitutionally required by everybody. And in Georgia, having a balanced budget is something that we hear a lot of positive feedback on. Our sales tax, we've got a low state sales tax, and locally have different opportunities on the sales tax standpoint. It's very competitive millage rates. From a statutory standpoint, sales tax exemptions, a lot of positive feedback on the number of sales tax exemptions that we do have, and how supportive that is of new industry. And then also the discretionary grant fund that Georgia has and their ability to put dollars into infrastructure for new businesses. We do this strategically. The governor's office does this in a very calculated manner through the Department of Economic Development, and it has strategically helped us win some great projects on a statewide level. And then also just some more business-friendly factors. Pat may have mentioned this. Georgia, through an independent publication, has won the best place to do business, or #1 state for business, for the last 4 years. That's a designation that we went a long time without being the #1 state to do business, and have worked hard to both win projects and create infrastructure that helped us get this designation. So to be a piece of what the state is doing, we're very proud of that designation as well. Our AAA bond rating, the corporate income tax rate of 6%, and the fact that that's been unchanged since 1969, that shows stability. Companies understand that what they're getting when they come to Georgia. And then right to work and employment at will are also things that we consistently hear feedback on. I wanted to show a few examples of projects we've won in 2016, and I quickly wanted to highlight on one, a project that I personally worked on. I thought it was interesting how this company in particular had a certain perspective when they came to Georgia and Atlanta, and then their perspective switched once they got here. And that's in the top left corner. It's Adidas, or as they say, Adidas. They created a manufacturing firm here in the United States. It was their first, what they called a speed factory, and it was their ability to, because consumer demand for shoes has changed. Everybody goes online and purchases their shoes. A lot of people do, as opposed to going in stores, how most of us like to actually pick out shoes. But because of that, their manufacturing model has changed. They're making smaller manufacturing operations where they can be closer to the consumer and they can change out the operation quickly to respond to the demand of the consumer. Well, when Adidas came to us, they said, we want to be in the dead center heart of Atlanta. We want to be where foot traffic is passing us every day. We want to be around millennials. We want to have a huge showcase. We don't care what it costs. That's a pretty bold statement. We don't really hear that from companies very often. And then, of course, we realize they spend $150 million on sponsorships of certain athletes. Money's a little bit different for them as a company. But so we started showing them redevelopment opportunities in Atlanta, and the feedback we got was way too expensive, way too much work. Where am I going to get my employment? And we said, We totally agree. Can we show you some other options? And so we started to slowly show them options that were outside of where they thought they needed to be, outside that urban core. And we showed them a lot of options, rural and some options further in. They ultimately landed in Ackworth, Georgia, which is actually in Cherokee County. This portion of Ackworth is in Cherokee County. And they fell in love with the workforce, the ability to have an industrial site that had ancillary land to where they could show off some of their products when people came in to visit them. The price, the ability to work with the community, and truly workforce was the biggest component that drove them to that location. They said, all of a sudden we're not having people that are traveling, from 20 miles away to come to work. We've got people that will travel 60 miles away, and we can pull from Whitfield County, we can pull from Gordon County, we can pull from Bartow County for our employment and our workforce. It was just interesting to watch the evolution of a company sort of coming in and saying, I've got to be in this global area in Atlanta because of the airport, and then realizing, hey, there's a world outside of that. It was a really neat process to see. Part of that, and I'll ask Lonnie to come up because I'm going to hand off this to him, but part of in working that project, we worked with a site selection consultant. And that site selection consultant was the person who ended up giving us all the different factors that the company needed out of the gate. So they came to us with 10 factors that said the company needs this, 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 and this. Can you find it for us? And Lonnie is actually going to go through and talk to you a little bit about some of those site selection factors.
Thank you, Walt, and thank you, Chairman and Council, for allowing me and my colleagues to speak today to you. So Walt gave a pretty good perspective on the process and gave you some context into what we are dealing with when it comes to selling Georgia and recruiting economic development opportunities to the entire state. What I would like to dive into a little bit more is the site selection factors that we deal with when working with site selection consultants. And you can peruse this list 1 through 15, but I'd like to hit on about 5 of them. The very first one, obviously, is number 1, availability of skilled labor. This is something we hear over and over, and obviously we've heard it over and over today. But I'd like to dive into it a little more and look at what actually this means. A lot of times we go to a community and we're like, we need you to make an assessment of what your labor looks like today. We need to figure out what your legacy industries are, what skills already exist in your community. But I think what we kind of miss on when we're communicating this is giving more of an environmental context. Obviously, the Southeast has been the hotbed for manufacturing development over the last decade, and that's going to continue. Luckily for us, workforce is an issue that all of our surrounding states are dealing with. We have 2 generations where we have not manufactured in the United States. We've done some light assembly, but not manufacturing from a standpoint like Germany or Italy thinks of, with it, where it's hands-on craftsmanship. We have that skills gap, but that is something everybody is dealing with. We deal with it. South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Texas, all of the folks that we are competing with are in the same boat. With that said, companies are still coming here because the business climate makes sense. This is where people are moving. This is where it's going to continue to grow, and so that's not going to change. They know there are going to be growing pains as we go forward. What they're looking for are the communities and the states who are looking for creative solutions to figuring out how we're growing their workforce 20, 30, 40 years down the road. And I think as a state, we are beginning to kind of, figure that out. We haven't found the silver bullet yet, but we're getting there. Different initiatives such as career academies, dual enrollment, the German apprenticeship in Coweta, Newton County. These are all examples of ways that we are beginning to try to figure out how to bridge that skills gap and make Georgia, both metro and rural, a place to do business. Second one I'd like to look at is highway accessibility. I always talk about each community, no matter whether you're Atlanta or you're Dublin or you're Thomasville, Georgia, each community is given a hand, they're dealt a hand. and it's up to them to make their, make their best hand out of that. So it's important with highway accessibility. Only so many communities are on an interstate. But what we're seeing is creative solutions to where communities can look at 4-lane highways, which a lot of times a company from Germany is not going to differentiate so much from a 4-lane highway and interstate. They still know they can do business. A good example of this is Douglas, Georgia. They have a Walmart distribution center, and they're 29 miles off of an interstate. It really does come down to a case-by-case basis and the community leadership being able to tell their story. The third one I'd like to look at is available buildings, and I'll actually roll available land into that. Again, as Walt said, that has to do with product. You have to have product, and when you're a rural community, you have to improve that product. If you notice, none of these are split up into site selection factors for urban areas or rural, because everybody's judged the same. It's just who can answer the problems that the company is going to have. So with availability and available buildings and land, it's important to be able to improve those, to be able to market them better, to have marketing materials that are up to date, as well as the grad program, the grad certification program has been a very important tool in helping marketing communities that might otherwise not have been given an opportunity to compete for business. Backing up. So you've seen this map before. I know Pat showed it earlier. But I'm going to look at, if you look at it, the legend should be looked at as a toolbox. The map itself should be the utilization of that toolbox. And you can see the state has taken all the tools they have and have begun to do a really good job of utilizing the tools they have to recruit business. And we can see some of the progress there for the end of fiscal year 2016. 25,000 jobs created, $4.5 billion in investment, 57 grad sites, which is now over 60. So that program continues to grow. 60% of the counties are with new investment, 83 international projects. That's important because a lot of the manufacturing projects we are seeing right now are of international nature. 64% of projects located outside of Metro Atlanta. This just makes sense because when you're talking about manufacturing projects, they are not looking to go in the large metropolises. Land is too expensive. The workforce they're looking for doesn't always exist there. So this is an opportunity for rural communities who set themselves up well to make their case for that manufacturing. And obviously we have 365 locates in 2016, and this is another important thing to note. Existing industry, 73% of that job and investment, 27% for new industry. So here I want to discuss a little bit of low-hanging fruit, again, for rural communities and economic development. Going back to it, foreign investment. FDI locations accounted for 38% of the total projects to date. Again, the manufacturing is not looking to cities. Then new versus expansion, just to underline this point again, 71% of the existing, or of the business created in fiscal year 2016 was existing industry. So it's important to have a team that is focused and dedicated to making sure they know what your existing industry's needs are, and that you're doing the best you can to find solutions for those. And the final thing I will leave you with is it's important to remember who you're competing with. It's often easy to think about the county or the largest city next to you when strategic planning. However, you've got to keep the big picture, the broader picture. We compete with states all over the country. Generally, when you're down to the final site in Georgia, you have 4 or 5 other states that you're competing with. So that's just a way to get in your mind to strategically plan this. And if we take it out even further, our whole reach, especially statewide at Georgia and the utilities, is for is to do global commerce. So we're taking trips to Europe, we're taking trips to Asia. Obviously, Korea is right now our largest foreign industrial investor. So it's always important to keep that in mind when putting together your strategic plans. With that, I'll turn it over to Pat Merritt to give us a little bit more information on how we actually market Georgia.
Thanks, Lonnie. Okay, which way? Oh, you're doing that. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and the council for having us here. It's a pleasure to speak with you. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about one of the key ways that the state is supported by private sector industries to market the state of Georgia. And it's a group called the Georgia Allies. It's a 20-year-old successful, unreplicated public-private partnership. And these are all the members there. You'll notice that there are 17 members. UPS is our newest member, just coming on at the first of this year. You'll notice in addition to competing electric utilities that are represented on this panel, there are 4 competing banks or banking institutions, as well as 2 competing communications companies. And so, as I said earlier, we all come together for special marketing events to help the state of Georgia grow. We're not coming together to sell any one community or any one region of the state in particular. We do some premier marketing events. One that has been going on for 28 years is the Georgia Quail Hunt, and it is focused on Southwest Georgia and the Southwest Georgia region. And then the Red Carpet Tour this year celebrated its 56th year. It's actually older than I am. And it generally focuses on 3 different regions of the state, with the kind of spotlight being put on the Augusta region, because we take clients to the Red Carpet Tour. And as far as, I wanted to make a note, as far as rural economic development, the electric cooperatives have been in the business of lighting up rural Georgia for 81 years. So that's not something that I take very lightly. It's something that I'm very proud of. And as far as community development, we've been actively involved in that since the early 80s. So how do we sell Georgia? How do you sell Georgia? Of course, we're looking at Hartsfield, Atlanta, Jackson International Airport being one of the premier things that we market. One of the ways that the Georgia Allies does their work is through building relationships. It's not a hard sell. None of the events that we sponsor are hard sell. You got to come to Georgia, you got to bring your business here. It is building relationships with the site selection consultants that you've heard many speakers today talk about. They do an amazing job of guiding companies to either Georgia or one of our competing states like South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, or Alabama. We also market to brokers, as well as the leaders of existing industries and prospective industries, as well as the C-suite folks from corporate headquarters of international companies. And I'll just reference the Adidas project. We called on them as a group of the Georgia Allies last December. And number one, they loved the fact that we made the trip to their corporate headquarters, and they wanted to show their headquarters off to us. And what I took away from that is Adidas is located in a tiny German community. So it makes sense that they would want to go, or they would end up choosing a smaller community where they have quality of life, they can attract people from other communities, they have things to do, places to house their many visitors who come into that facility to do buying. So I can totally see why Adidas located in Ackworth, Georgia. So that, again, is kind of the soft sell of the Allies' work. And then to more concrete side of marketing, Georgia has access to markets via Hartsfield International Airport, as well as many, many quality airports located across the state. Our fine highway and interstate system puts 80% of the country's market within a 2-day drive. And our stellar railroads and railroad transportation system through Norfolk Southern and CSX, as well as the connecting short lines, also are a tremendous asset. These assets are a direct link to reducing a company's cost of doing business. And this slide, I've been thinking about it. It is product, but it's also community development. And that's a subject that's near and dear to my heart. And I would ask each of you, do you have the product to effectively market your community? And product, as you've heard today, it's oftentimes in the form of many communities in the state only have raw land. They've not had any infrastructure installed. They haven't cleared and grubbed the land. They haven't made a pad site that's ready to go. Others that are a little bit more evolved in their economic development efforts have gone to the trouble of investing in a true industrial park, fully served. And nowadays, I'm seeing communities that 30 years ago, may have been on their second industrial park, and now the ones that really have their act together are looking at their third and even their fourth as land gets used up. So we heard Mayor Jameson say it today about the success of Toccoa Stevens County. It's bringing your local leadership together to make the investment in product that the statewide entities can market to all of these prospective companies on your behalf. So it may be a pad-ready site. It could be a marketable vacant building. In my work in rural Georgia, I know there's a lot of buildings out there that communities think are marketable, and they're not. They're 10-foot ceilings, 18-foot ceilings. Those are really not marketable buildings, and it's time we all realize that. And then going as far as the investment of speculative building, that is generally a building that has 3 walls, no floor, and it is what we like to call bait for prospects. A lot of times we have examples of communities that have built spec buildings. Company comes in, says, well, I like the community, but I want to build my own building. And that in Douglas Coffee County is a great example. They're on their 4th spec building in like 20 years. And addressing, as far as community development, addressing these workforce needs that you've heard almost every speaker talk about, whether it be addressing drug use, the lack of GEDs, those are all aspects of community development as well. And that concludes my formal remarks, and I'm sure we'll all take questions.
All right, let's do this. We're running a little late. We've got one other presenter, and then we've got time for questions after that. So let's have one more presenter, and then we'll sort of throw it open, whether it's for y'all or for the bankers or whomever it may be. But I'm sure we all have some questions about the site selection process, and because we're here, what the state can do to help rural communities succeed. So we know what we need. We need spec buildings, we need workforce, we need all of these things, but what we need is some information on what the state can do to help communities that want to succeed but either do not have the wherewithal or the leadership, how we're going to get them to where they need to be. So y'all be thinking about that while we hear from the next presenter. And so Blake Doss, welcome back.
Well, good afternoon. Appreciate y'all letting me come before you again to talk about what other states are doing.
I know we're a little behind time, so I'll try not to use what we got left. The good news is, which everyone has already said, we're the #1 state to do business. We consistently rank in the top 10. No matter what magazine, Forbes ranked us 7th. Chief Executive ranked us 8th. So just to move on a little bit, these are the other great states. North Carolina, Texas, Tennessee, South Carolina, Florida, and Utah. You'll notice 4 out of 6 of those, they border us, and North Carolina, they are coming for our #1 spot. They just repealed their transgender bathroom bill, and they're only about 40 points behind us, so they are coming for us. So the ranking criteria for these magazines, they use polling data from site selectors and chief executives, but they also look at the regulatory environment of the state, the labor supply, the trained economic workforce, the economic climate. We're still one of only 10 states, I believe, that have a AAA bond rating. And then they also look at quality of life. Georgia, we have a relatively low cost of living. You look at California, theirs is very high. And then you go over toward Mississippi, they have a low cost of living and a low standard of living. It's not a good combo. So some poor business climates. Got California, Vermont, West Virginia. Forbes says it best. They burden their small businesses with excessive family leave mandates, larger energy regulatory burdens, stricter land use regulations, and more expensive workers' compensation regulations. That's not a lot of stuff we see here in this state, but that is what hinders other states. And then, like I told you, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, they just have a poor quality of life and a poor economic climate. So before I move into what the actual states are doing, a lot of them are redefining what they call a small business, because the federal standards, even though they typically default to about 500, they can raise up to 1,500 employees or less, or up to $36.5 million or less. Tennessee's about the average. They have 99 employees or less for a small business, and 10 million is about the cap. Texas is doing something a little different. They have 2 tiers. They have a small business, which is fewer than 100, and a $6 million gross receipt cap. And then they have what they call a micro business. It's 20 employees or less. It helps get the incentives to what they call the little man. And then, of course, Georgia, we define our small business as 300 employees or less, or $30 million in gross receipts or less. And like everyone else has said, that's 99% of our businesses here. So we may need to look at narrowing in on our definition to help some of these small businesses. So these next few states, they're the poor business climates, and they all have very similar programs, 75-plus programs here. It's across the country. They're all similar. So I tried to pick out some unique ones, but it's a little difficult. California, first thing you're going to notice is they're not a right-to-work state. Most of these poor business climates are not right-to-work states. And then the first program we're going to look at is their Small Business Development Center network. It's just like UGA's Small Business Development Centers. They offer free business plan development, technical assistance, startup basics, all the good stuff that we do. The only difference is they have twice the number of centers that we do. Independent study last year claimed that businesses that went through these networks, they had 6 times the sales growth and 13 times more jobs created when they used these centers. And then they have a small business finance center. It's just like the DCA's program they were talking about earlier. They have a Jumpstart loan program for microloans. They have a small business loan guarantee program, which will cover up to $2.5 million of a loan. And then they have something's a little different, a farm loan program. They support direct loans through nonprofit financial development corporations in the state. And 90% of those loans are guaranteed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And this is a little different. Georgia has Georgia Grown, California has California Grown. Every state's kind of implementing something like this. California has stepped it up a little bit, and they have California Made. it's substantially manufactured products in the state, and they call that 51%. You can get that logo for that. And then Vermont, this bill is currently awaiting the governor's signature. It's the Rural Economic Development Initiative, and it does all the normal things everybody does, the grant writing, technical assistance. But what's pretty cool about this one is they are mandated to make sure there's no duplication of services or competition between agencies. You don't see that a lot. It is something that's starting to pick up, but it's pretty rare right now. And this bill would also state that the executive branch ensures there's cross-promotion and advertisement of the various state programs. To Representative Perkle's point earlier, I've been talking to several small business owners and former small business owners over the last few months, and they just don't know these programs exist. And one of them told me a couple weeks ago, they'll drive down the interstate and see 10 billboards for the lottery and hear 5 radio ads for the lottery. They have no idea these programs exist. They never hear anything about them. So educating our population about it would probably be helpful. New Mexico, they're in a world of hurt right now. Their economy's pretty bad. This bill, it didn't make it to the floor this year. It's the Vacant Rural Building Act. Basically, it provided a waiver of local building codes. As long as it wasn't a life-threatening code, a business could go in and take over a vacant building. As long as the roof wasn't falling in, they were fine. It didn't pass this year. It didn't even make it out of the committee, if I'm not mistaken. And in West Virginia, they're the absolute worst state to do business in the country. Terrible. It is what it is. It's the coal mining. It's just a terrible economic climate up there. They are trying to turn it around with this tax credit. It's kind of similar to what we see everywhere else. The first part looks at limited liability corporations. If they create 20 new jobs and make an investment in one of their buildings, they can offset up to 80% of their corporate net income tax. And if they create 20 new jobs at the median wage above the statewide average, it can offset up to 100%. That's something you start to see a little bit more of across the nation is median or average salary requirements on these credits. And then moving down to the small business side, create 10 to 20 jobs, you can get a $3,000 per tax credit per job. And to qualify, the new job has to have pay at least $32,000 a year. And something else you'll see a lot more of is make sure they provide health insurance benefits as well to those jobs. Additionally, just like every other program we have, they have a priority industry list, manufacturing, processing, and especially for West Virginia because they don't have much tourism. So that's that one. These are the better business climates. North Carolina, I'm going to focus on it a lot because they are coming for us. The first one we're going to look at is the Building Reuse Program. It's very similar to Representative Houston's bill. It just provides grants instead of a tax credit. And it's basically for local governments to renovate vacant buildings downtown. It's going to use the tier system for the first portion. You can get $12,500 per full-time job. If you're in a Tier 1 or Tier 2 county, you meet the county wage standard, provide health insurance, and pay at least 50% of the premiums of the participating employees. Now, that's the first of its kind. And then the company also has to be part of the priority industry list. If you don't want to be part of the priority industry list, you can get $10,000 per job. And if you don't want to follow any of those regulations, you can get $5,000 per job. And then the One North Carolina Fund, everyone's starting to adopt something like this. It gives the governor money to give to grant out to local governments. And it goes by tiers. Everybody uses the tier program still. Nobody's found a better way of giving out grants and incentives yet. And then the workforce development programs. Everybody has one of these as well. Several of these, actually. North Carolina, they folded all of their workforce development programs into one center, the North Carolina Works. And they have one website, shows you every incentive they have. It's really easy to use. Every credit, every job training, all of that. So you look at their career centers, just like UGA's, they just have over 100 of them. And they have every job posting in the state on their website. And then job seekers can go there, look for it, post their resumes. So instead of having to use Indeed.com, like most of us have to early on, they can go to NC Works Career Centers and see everything in their region. And then North Carolina Works Incumbent Worker Training Grants. It's basically Quick Start. Everybody copies Quick Start. We were the first, and we're still the best. They can receive up to $10,000 per grant and up to $60,000 over the company's lifetime for instructional costs. And then one is helping rural Georgia without talking about broadband, at least for a second. This bill, it's not passed yet, it's still in House Committee, and they're still in session. It would establish a grant program, they're still working on the funding issue for that, to allow local governments and nonprofit corporations located within the Tier 1 or Tier 2 counties to, or in rural areas, they also talk about that, use U.S. Census block info for that, to establish or provide broadband services. Now, Texas, they were ranked #1 by Chief Executive 13 years in a row. They've got very similar programs to ours, and they also have their Certified Capital Company, CAPCO programs. It's a venture capital program. They basically sell notes to an insurance company. Insurance company can write off, get a credit for 100% of what they invest. They've had 19 of these venture capital companies since 2005, but doing some reading online and some audits, you notice that the money's actually not going to small businesses. It's going to low-risk investments. So unless there's an actual in the law that provides this, if there's not a protection to make sure the money goes to the small businesses, the companies aren't going to risk their investment. So Washington, they're trying out something we already did in 2013, or they're going to try if this bill passes. They want to create an all-encompassing permitting process for the Department of Agriculture. We've had that since 2013. You go to the same place, the licensing division for the Department of Agriculture. But what's a little bit different about this bill, it would allow their Economic Revitalization Board, which is kind of like the DCA's Redevelopment Fund program, to consider whether proposed projects, public facilities projects, would support long-term sustainability for these agribusiness, fisheries, or forestry. So if they're going to put a water treatment plant in by a fishery and that may have adverse effects on that fishery, they may put that farther down on the priority list. Florida, this bill died in committee this year. It essentially increased funding to their RDCs. Those RDCs, they make $50,000 from their government. They wanted to increase that to $200,000 so the RDCs could hire more staff, develop some training programs, offer more technical assistance. Our RDCs, at the base, they receive $165,000. And then an additional supplement based on population. So if we wanted to change that and focus on rural areas, we could give a rural supplement instead of a population supplement. Because right now, Atlanta is making close to $200,000 because they get a $27,000 population supplement. And then Tennessee, they established their Propelling Rural Economic Progress Fund. It's essentially a community development block grant. It allows them to provide grants to rural counties to make their communities more attractive. The effect of that will not be known yet. The first appropriation's not till next year of $135,000. Next one's going to be $270,000, and then it increases gradually to about $700,000. And the grant sizes, there's no nothing in the law itself that says what size they'll have to be. It will be determined by the Commissioner of Economic Development. And then the Act, they copied us directly on this. They restructured and extended their county tier system to have 4 tiers. A lot of states still do 3 tiers. And the rest of these states, they are right in the middle somewhere, 10 to 40. Alabama, they have the Small Business and Agribusiness Jobs Act. It's pretty simple. Tax credit for creating a new job. This you don't see often in the code. The headquarters actually has to be in the state. It's not written in very often. And additionally, they have to have 75 employees or less, and a one-time credit equal to $1,500 for each new employee earning $40,000 a year. That's the standard, the wage standard that's becoming more and more normal. And this does have a sunset. You're not seeing these a lot on credits, but Alabama put a sunset on theirs to end in 2019. And I don't have any effect of this yet either. It just came into effect this year. South Carolina, another normal job tax credit, 99 or fewer employees. Gross has the wage standard as well, and the priority industry list. And then we have another venture capital type fund. This one does have the kicker in there to make sure that the money actually goes to rural businesses. A taxpayer can put in $1 million, they can get a 60% credit back on their taxes, but they won't get that unless the Agribusiness and Rural Growth Fund is certified by the Department of Revenue. Now, this bill didn't pass this session. It is a carryover, but they have to prove that they invested $100 million or more to a rural small business. That's not written in any of the other 8 that I've looked at. Then Kentucky, they're doing something a lot of people are doing right now. They're streamlining and making their website really simple and their application process really simple. Go on there, you click it, it tells you immediately you create a job, invest $5,000, and as long as you have 50 employees or less, you can get this tax credit. It's very simple. A lot of them are very complicated looking on their websites. This tax credit, it's between $35,000 and $25,000 a year, but it's averaging at about $11,000. It's created approximately 1,100 new jobs and has had $12.4 million in investment by these companies. And then Kansas, it's the last state we're going to look at. This bill is still in House committee and they're still in session as well. It would just create an agriculture district. And the local governments would have to apply to become part of this district, and then the business within the districts will have to apply to be qualified. If they do become qualified, they can retain 75% of their withholding taxes for new employees for up to 10 years. And then they can also get sales tax exemptions on equipment purchases or construction if it's over $50,000. And they'll also get priority consideration for grants and loans. So just in summary, what I've noticed from other states, they're narrowing the definition of small business. They're placing wage and health insurance requirements on their incentives. They're encouraging certain types of small business through incentive requirements, priority industry lists. They're trying to provide an educated and trained workforce, and they're preventing duplication of programs across agencies while cross-promoting and advertising them, and that's huge. We spend millions of dollars, and our programs work, but people just don't know about them. And then finally, they're streamlining and simplifying their application processes. And that's it. I'll stand for questions.
Hang tight. I'm going to ask Rusty, the bankers, the electric folks, if y'all all come up and we'll sort of open it up for some discussion. And if y'all will leave the common incentive screen up there so that we can look at that as we ask our questions. Well, I'll let you start first.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. I was just curious, as far as economic development, and I can't remember your name, I'm sorry, from the EMCs, you were talking about, some of these places, they have a building that they try to promote as a, sustainable economic development type tool and things like that. And I know that a lot of people in here know more about these small rural counties than I do, but there are just so many of them. I was looking through here, we have, I think, 5 counties, about 5 counties that have less than 5,000 people in them. We have about 30 with less than 10,000 and about 60, I think, less than 20,000. I'm just wondering if any of those, especially those smaller 10,000 and less counties, I mean, there are churches in Metro Atlanta that have more people, way more people than some of these counties have. And I mean, are there any, and I hope the answer is yes, but I mean, are there any of those really small counties that is there any viability to what they can actually do? I mean, is there any success stories amongst those? Are there any success stories?
Yes, I can think of one. Clinch County, population I think of around 5,000, has a successful downtown Main Street program. They do have an industrial park that has been in operation since the early 80s, and they have several industries there. And one of their neighbors, but they're very few and far between. And that's one of my ideas when you said think about ideas. And one of my ideas was encourage the development of true regional industrial parks to take advantage of the resources of each county in the partnership and take advantage of the shared increase in tax digest. I know of two examples, one in southeast Georgia, Bacon, Appling, and Jeff Davis County, and then the one in middle east Georgia, which is Stanton Springs near Covington. And Jasper County is one of those, not sure of the other counties. But I think if we're not going to have consolidation, which we were having a discussion earlier, that's probably not going to happen in our lifetimes.
Explain again the shared taxes.
They come to an agreement, it's an intergovernmental agreement, that they will share equally the cost to build the park and the increased tax digest once tax abatements are through. So if you have companies coming in, you're going to increase your tax digest. So you share the increased tax digest on that particular industrial parks.
Which reduces the competition so that I want it in my county rather than in your county, because it doesn't matter where it's located. If we shared the cost, we share the tax benefit.
Exactly. And that's why it worked in Jeff Davis, Appling, and Bacon. In Stanton Springs, I think it's a little bit different relationship because they are sharing services like water. One county's delivering water, one county's delivering sewer. So I'm not sure of the financial agreement that they have, but they're usually an intergovernmental agreement.
Okay, Representative Dickey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up a little bit what Chairman Parsons was getting at. What's your definition of rural? Y'all mentioned Adidas going to Ackworth, 23,000 population, pretty high median family income. I think he makes a very good point. Workforce and infrastructure. What should we just be forgetting about some of these very, very low population areas of our state, and concentrating on communities that have the health care and those type things? Just give me your thoughts.
Yeah, no, and that's a fair point about Ackworth, and to sort of caveat what I was saying is what was interesting about that is just the fact that they were so focused on Metro Atlanta and then realized there was kind of life outside Metro Atlanta, which I thought was enlightening. Absolutely hear what you're saying. I mean, some of the thoughts that sort of perked up in my mind are retail development, downtown development. These are not every community is poised for industrial development. The assets may not be there, the infrastructure may not be there. So are there other types of development that create jobs, create capital investment? Are there things local governments can do to unburden a small business to help small business startups? There are assets statewide that help local communities start incubators for companies. So somebody has a good idea for an operation, but maybe the structure's not set up in their community to start it, so they go to a larger municipality to try to start their business. But there are incubator spaces that there's opportunities and money out there available to help start those in rural communities to sort of jumpstart some growth with jobs and investment. To what Lonnie was saying earlier, it is a problem that, or I guess an issue that we know we're facing, other states are facing, and we're all kind of trying to get our arms around what's the best way to help rural Georgia grow. And some of these non-traditional job creators are sort of ways we're doing that.
And from a personal standpoint with me, one example that comes to mind is Quitman, Brooks County recently. I mean, Quitman, I believe, is a town of 3,800 people, maybe a little over 12,000 countywide. They put in the investment and the effort to create an industrial park that was grad certified over 10 years ago, and they've sat on that for 10 years. It was an investment to get looks, to get submissions, and hopefully eventually attract a company that would bring jobs and help revitalize the community. Again, that's a lot of political will and political capital they spent for that, and we understand that. But that's kind of what I'm thinking about more when I'm talking about when we're talking about rural communities. And I'm happy to say that within the last couple of months, they finally had their first announcement with the Viagen, a high-tech chicken hatchery that is going to build a 80,000 square foot facility and employ 100 people. Those are the type of stories I'm thinking of when I'm talking about victories for rural Georgia.
Blake, let me ask you a question. I think you were talking about California, that that they had done some studies on their small business development centers, and that the businesses that went through that program and went through those centers had a lot better success and a lot better income results. Do you know whether the small business development centers in Georgia have had studies done, whether comparing them to businesses that had not gone through that program?
Statistically, off the top of my head, I don't remember. Last time I talked to them, they did say that they have economic impacts and it has been good, but I'll have to get those numbers to you.
If you could get those, because it very well may be, and the bankers may help in structuring something, but if we could develop, if in fact that makes for better success and stronger business, and certainly small businesses where a lot of our growth comes from, if somehow we could incentivize people to go through that program, then it benefits them and it benefits the state. So if you could find that out, that would be helpful.
Absolutely, and I'd love to mention some of these centers, they're in towns and they're way off in the middle of nowhere. People don't know where they're at. The one I know in Carrollton, it's close to the college campus, but it's off on a back road that if you don't know the area, you can't find it. So
I can help you get there.
I know where it's at.
Representative Taylor.
This is kind of a comment, and I guess there'll be a question and at the end. I think several years ago, I went through the regional training that you had for economic development. It was great for me because it has helped me to understand everything that we're talking about today, get the big picture. We each need to take that back to our local folks and make sure they get it. We do need to go to rural development, but we're not going to be able to do it alone. I come from a community that's been fairly successful, but we don't get everything we want. And I think that's going to be the only solution to these small, little towns. And they each have to understand, what do they have to sell? What are they marketing? What have they got? What are their assets? I was thinking, when you mentioned the Quitman, the little town of Boston, Georgia, population 1,300, now is the home to the largest John Deere distributor in the country. What did they have to sell? It's not a lot of jobs, y'all. I mean, they're not building them, doing all that stuff. It's a distribution center. But it is some jobs, and it has helped that community of Boston tremendously. So we've got to get people to work as a region and look what we can do. And I think a lot of it is our own local leadership. We've got to get them that education process. I don't know how to do that, but we need to carry it back.
Well, I had as one of my ideas, encourage our local city and county elected officials to attend the Regional Georgia Academy for Economic Development. It's another successful public-private partnership that is 24 years old, is highly successful. It dates back to the work of Governor Zell Miller's efforts to improve the economies of rural Georgia. And it's coordinated and supported by the Department of Community Affairs, and co-facilitated by the Community Development Team from Georgia EMC and Georgia Power. So thank you for that plug.
Yeah, y'all were there representing and explaining. I never thought of it. Why do you have to worry about the electric? You know, why is that important? We have that hitting us now with broadband. And y'all, we can discuss the cost that you charge to rent your poles to expand broadband one day. But anyway.
But yes, also Boston's a great example of what I was talking about, of telling a story, being able to market. You know, obviously they were bypassed when 84
Right.
outside of their city limits, but they were able to figure out, you know, and you know, leverage the Boston name and create the Boston Marathon and create,
That's right.
and you know, the science and marketing offside that really put them on the map to where they wouldn't be a lost community. So
It was the community got behind all of it.
Chairman Cooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions, and they're very different. In working with the communities, and I live in Cobb County, and then there's the city of Marietta, and the school boards fight on certain things, even though we have a very big tax digest. Have the schools been one of the problems when we start talking about going across county lines to divvy up taxes and give away tax money? That's my first question. Is that one of your real problem areas?
You know, I would not consider that a problem area. I would say that there's a couple of things there. There's the school taxes and how that typically works into a tax abatement that a company may receive. And it is pretty normal in my experience, and I'm sure most folks up here, for a community not to abate the school portion of the tax. And most companies don't expect that. Most companies have the wherewithal to know that the taxes they're pouring into the school system is a good thing, and they're not asking. Even our international companies that we work with on a regular basis.
special.
Yeah, and I would say the conversation about primary schools always comes up when talking with the community, particularly with the HR individuals. We spend a lot of time in the rural Georgia arena working with clients and talking about the technical college system of Georgia and how that's going to affect the direct pertinent skills that the company is going to need and bring those into their workforce. And as Lonnie mentioned, some communities are working on programs that appeal to different companies, like a apprenticeship program that is appealing to German companies that are looking at the state because it's very similar to what they're doing in Germany currently.
I'm glad to hear that after I watched the fights up in Cobb County over tax money. And then my other question, Mr. Chairman, it's okay. All right, to the bankers, and subject very dear and near to my heart. I heard one of you say that you did and funded some health kind of programs. When I talk to young medical students, they talk about coming out of school with $200,000 to $300,000 worth of debt. Some of them would like to practice independently in rural areas, but they say they can't get loans to start up a practice. You know, have you been able to help some of them with loans? I mean, they have the potential. I think the other missing piece is there are a lot of empty buildings, and if some of these small communities would come forth, renovate a building for a medical office and let them have it rent-free for a while, that would certainly help, but
Sure. Fair question. The ability to repay is front and center. You've got a need there, and you need a loan to do that. The biggest challenge we're seeing in making loans is the level of student debt that people are coming out with, not just medical, but student debt as a whole. We are encouraging industries. We're looking at a program right now. We're encouraging industries to use a student debt repayment program as part of an employee benefit. Come work for us. We will help you pay off your student debt, just like we offer you health insurance. But to your specific question, we do have banks that do specialize in lending to the healthcare community. We have a banker not too far from where you live that is probably the #1 dentist lender in the whole state of Georgia. But yes, we understand the importance of that. Our bankers in rural areas are trying to work with their hospitals. You heard one banker talk about that. Find those physicians to come into those rural communities. You probably remember the history of Mercer Medical School when it came about. So many of the people that went to school there had some tuition reimbursements after they graduated because they went to work in rural markets. The bankers were able to help finance their practices in those rural markets because they knew that abatement was there. So lots of public-private partnerships there, but yes, we've got creative ways to do that. Primarily, it's going to take a lot of people at the table working with the same goal like you've heard today.
And I think the students don't know that, and I also think that a lot of the communities haven't thought about the other day of taking an empty building and redoing it and giving that as part of the startup cost, and maybe, because a lot of doctors don't want to work for hospitals. They want to be independent. They like that, especially in family practice, but it's just been a part of a problem. Thank you.
Representative LaRicchia, and then Representative Houston, and then we're going to wind it up for the day.
My comment first is Georgia Power, EMCs, and City Electric, but I heard you mention Douglas and Coffee County several times, and I'm very blessed to call that my home city and county, but you referenced Walmart Distribution Center in particular, and I think there is a tremendous opportunity for our energy partners to open up the door for private investment to the most positive source of renewable energy, solar power. And I want to give you an example of where that looks like there's an obstacle or a block, and it may be related to the Territorial Act or whatever that is, but Georgia Power came in and helped us evaluate doing a solar project for Broxton Elementary School. I want to think after the investment of the solar project, it was going to almost eliminate their utility bill. But after Georgia Power came in and doubled the amount that they would have to pay for their energy, it made the investment moot. It was just not worth it. Walmart Distribution did a similar study on top of that building for solar investment. But their energy provider was going to penalize them somehow. And I don't understand how all that works, but in these rural communities, if Georgia Power and EMCs want to be the economic development partners that they stand in front of us many times and claim to want to be, why would we not be able to break down some of those barriers if it is a territorial problem, Territorial Act problem, in particular for rural communities? Because number 10 on Mr. Smallwood's list of site selection importance was energy availability and cost. That would be a remarkable way to help reduce the cost of energy, provide more available energy, and incentivize industries to locate there because that's one of their number one expenses.
So one of the things I was obviously remiss in my initial remarks was talking about that energy piece, because that is probably one of the most important things we have at our disposal right now in economic development. With manufacturing coming over, what we're having is the advent or the increase in automation, fewer actual human jobs. Therefore, you start to flip the dynamic. It's not so much an issue of wages over it is energy costs. And one of the things that's making us very attractive to business right now are competitive energy costs. And that goes, that goes for the electric organizations, it goes for AGL and the gas authority, natural gas obviously being something that we are dealing with much more, and there's much more interest in it. To say that, then to your exact point, it's a complicated issue right now, and a lot of it does have to do with the Territorial Act. It also has to do, I would say, with battery storage when it comes to the solar issue. Because if you have somebody that's on solar, that's great as long as the sun's shining. If you're having a cloudy day, you cut that down. If you're at night, you're not getting any of that until storage improves, which we're beginning to see. And I think that's going to move this conversation further. You're putting the existing electric utilities at a disadvantage when they have to, figure out how solar works into their model now, while still having to be there at the backside when that energy when the solar energy is not there for the customer. So I think that's kind of what we're dealing with. Again, it's complicated. I'm not the most versed on the issue right now, but from a 30,000-foot perspective, I think it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time before we can kind of iron all this out and figure out where this new technology fits into the current model.
In answer to your question about the doctors locating in a rural area, in my district, most of the patients are reimbursed with Medicaid and Medicare, and the reimbursements have been so, when you've got a patient base of 80% on Medicaid and Medicare, the reimbursement is too low that you can't repay the loan to the bank, I found out. And so they end up selling to a hospital nearby, and that takes away the local doctor.
All right, this has been a good discussion, and I think we could probably continue on, but I think we've got a weather forecast from Chairman England. But I want to thank all of the presenters for y'all's presentation and for answering questions. And y'all are welcome to join us, even though y'all aren't presenting tomorrow, and we'd love to have you. Also, for the members of the committee, we will meet in the hotel parking lot at 5:45 to catch the bus for dinner, so be there or find your own way. And I think casual, yes ma'am. And we will reconvene in this room at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I think Chairman England has an announcement as well.
Not so much an announcement as a weather advisory. We are under severe thunderstorm watch right now. Watch, not warning, watch. So if you're leaving here going toward Toccoa, that's where the storm is right now. 40 to 60 mile an hour winds, hail, so be careful if you're traveling that direction. It does look like it may kind of miss us here at this location, but enjoy.
And thank y'all.